Good morning, February 10th, 2023. We're going to be streaming stock market today. Futures trading, options trading. Trying to be patient, trying to be smart. Thank you guys for joining. We get set up here. HKD. Okay. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Mm. Morning, Brad. Jacked things up. Jackson has signed out a bunch of accounts. Okay. Morning, Jeff. Morning, John. HKD does pop pre-market extended hours at times. This seems a little bit different though. So take that as you will. Pretty funny actually. Guarantee it. Morning, Ace Ventura. State of BBY. DA wise, it looks pretty bearish. So it's kind of relying on news. But they've pushed out bankruptcy, as far as I can tell. So the possibility for another squeeze, I think, is higher, but my concern is that potentially the other party is incentivized to drive the price down. Not to say that they could or would, but that is a concern of mine that I'm not too certain about. But yeah, I'm wondering about. shoot, did I really just do that? Okay. Oh, the HKD actually had news. AMTD Digital Media and Entertainment Group has successfully developed and become one of the key operating subsidiaries under AMTD Digital. Uh-oh. I don't know why it's ever moved before, but if any of it was because of a short squeeze, maybe it can move off of this. Because that is kind of interesting. Not a huge deal. It hasn't gone crazy, but if you watch yesterday's video, I closed out my HKD here. Because it broke that low. So I just got back in here. We'll see. I just didn't want to break the low. Broke that support. I'm like, alright, I'm out. We'll see if this continue. I just added a little bit back. I didn't add go all in like for as much as I did before. So we'll see what happens at open. I'll probably just be watching it and add to it if it keeps showing support. But all these other spikes, I don't even think there were news on them or any sort of short squeeze going on, more or less. So I don't know. It was never about that for me with HKD. It was about the fact that it got to the same price, the lowest it's been. Borrow fee is pretty high on it. It's 53%. Quite a few available shares. The thing's got a tiny float. It has a 1.7 billion market cap still. I love it. I love it. Eyes moving up here a bit. BBBY with the big wick. Big morning wick. What is that when banners on the table? That makes no sense. Because as it gets cheaper and cheaper, something get going bankrupt. Getting more and more vulnerable to buyers wanting to come in, because it's not necessarily going bankrupt. Even if it is, that can just, that's not always a bad thing. It's reorganizing of sorts, potentially. Or there could be a big buyer coming in. And so combine that with then with all the shorts that are in it that have profits, and when they start closing, they're buying to close, so they're causing upward price action. And then if it just gets a little bit of momentum, that's all it takes. United States. Let the games begin. Hi, bro. Roll the money with my feet up. Yeah, I guess it is. I don't even know. I guess it. Well, AMTD. I didn't get you into anything, by the way. And AMTD It's linked to AMTD somehow. I can't remember how it is, but is it this one? Something like this. Yeah, I think it's this one. It's funny, HKD got more of a pump than AMTD. No, it's definitely extremely speculative. It's a trade. Not an investment. Morning, Hurricane. Ready for this rip? Not sure which rip you're referring to. On SPY? Maybe. Yesterday did break the lows, so... But we're kind of at the lows from here, so maybe it does bounce from here. Tinfoil thinks today, because Teddy Day. Happy Teddy Day. Hey, Tree Leaf. Alright, 2 minutes. What did I want to do today? Well, potentially get out of my calls and some shares of GME. And maybe out of my cash secured puts. Yeah. On BBBY, but we'll see how that thing plays out in the morning. It's been moving with SPY, which is kind of interesting. I have order ready to get more HKD. We'll see. I don't know if we've seen it actually move on an actual news catalyst. So this could be exciting. Morning, Mega. Thank you for your dono yesterday. I feel bad I didn't have any alerts set up. I've set up the alerts since then, and I think, let's see if I can. I think I manually do it. There it is. Thank you, Mega Hansaki. Whoa. What am I listening to? Oh, Thinkorswim's open. Sorry, that was pretty loud. Oh wait, maybe you guys didn't hear it. Oh, you didn't hear it. That's better. Oh, did you not hear that either? Eyes ripping up here. Corsair's up 13%. They must have had earnings. HKD's coming down a bit. Wait, I gotta test this again because I don't think I have to have the audio there on. Oh yeah, you can't hear it. Okay. I need to add a source. Not sure how to do that. I'm not gonna mess that right now. Eyes ripping up here. Happy Friday. Okay. BBBY moving with this. No, it's not moving with the SPY. I feel like HKD just being up a bit, it might start to get some momentum. And with that tiny float and its prior history, a little momentum is all it needs. Why is Corsair up so much? Must have had earnings. HKD's coming down here. Should be pretty mellow. BBY is coming down a bit. KD holding up there a little bit. Zero sooner moon again. I don't with their kind of debt restructure, I don't think they're gonna hit zero soon. APDN's up 9%. Got some people are awake this morning. Thank you for your thumbs up. Got 17 of them. Who brings up 21%? That's interesting. BBBY still kind of climbing up here. GME is just shut off and not going anywhere. HKD's holding up. Interesting. Thank goodness it's Friday. Morning, Joe. Greetings. 4 p.m. Greetings. Now, of course, there's up 6%. I'm moving up here. Let me get that gas doing. BBBY down 5%, down to yesterday's low. We'll see if it makes it there and if it bounces. I kind of wicking down a little bit. HPCO. Get in low. BBBY down 6.5. We might hit that new 2.25 today. That might be on the table. It's bullish by the dibs. Just HBCO recovering. Oh, it halted on the way up, HBCO. Wow. I'm gonna be watching HKD pretty close. When this thing starts to go, it's very fast. So I'm not sure if it's gonna go, but if it does, I'm gonna jump on. So what's our definition of donation? Oh, you've got like a gap down there. You bought calls yesterday. It's okay. I bought them the day before, so I contributed to this. Get rid of some of these drawings, like all of them. A little pre-market high. Yesterday's low. Get low. Here we go from here. BBY bouncing a little bit. Kind of inversing SPY, huh? Morning, Mark. SPY's coming down here. GME is just shut off. Yesterday closing near the lows is not looking good for today. But yeah, only thought. Did get a bearish MACD crossover today potentially. The job application, nice. Gonna get it. This is the way. So yeah, this morning we'll see. Some new lows on the SPY today. See if it's a shakeout. I think it wants to retest the lows at least. Okay, SPY's coming down a little more. 404.11 or so is the pre-market low. Interesting, nat gas has been rallying with all this. Or I mean oil. Expecting oil to come down. Keep climbing 4 to 6 to close today. Tesla getting dumped on. Yeah, Tesla's candle yesterday was quite bearish, that daily inverted hammer. I'm not sure if I'm acting slow on going bearish just because of the chop we've been in and then CPI on Tuesday. I think it could come down a little more, but I'm waiting to think that this is still the high. I've learned my lesson 3 times from that so far on this little peak that's just been getting choppy. Oh, HKD getting a little jumpy there, maybe. High's coming down a little more. Hasn't found its support yet. Yeah, Tesla's run up has been pretty crazy. For that big of a market cap to go that much that quickly is just insane. The smaller companies we've seen, 200% or 100% in the last month or so, but I think Tesla did that also. Oh, there's a bounce on SPY. HKD also. Totally uncorrelated. BBBY still chilling out. GameStop, a little pop. I'm gonna keep an eye on HKD. If this breaks the high, might get some more. Volume like always low on this thing, so. Oh, that's pretty big volume. Oh wow, there's a lot of volume this morning. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna get more. I wasn't even paying attention to the volume. Okay, I got some more. Can't day trade these, so I will be holding overnight, which is fine. Yeah, this volume is a very good sign on HKD, as you can tell. So it's possible you just get a spike like this. But it is also possible you get something more crazy like that. This is the one that just halts all the time. Loves to halt. Just a tiny float, and it trades so weird. Market kind of rejected that green candle. GME flat, BBBY hanging out there, down 5% still. HKD on the move. Yeah, it's good volume this morning. So we'll just keep an eye out on some of these resistances, even though it doesn't really trade on any of this stuff. On some of these peaks here, see those line up. The brand made some announcement. What? I think CPAD's going to come in fairly hot considering increasing groceries and used cars. Yeah, good catalyst for a dump. That's what we're about. We know this is nothing sometimes. I like HKD. I like it. Yep. You guys know I closed out my HKD position yesterday after hours. just as HKD made new all-time lows. That's when it bounces. But I got back in today. It just was already up 6 or 7%. New brands made some type of announcement. Icon company quote, "We are in a win-win with Bed Bath & Beyond." Do you have a source for that? I have INBS. SPY down. I mean, I see support of 404. That's pre-market. That's the next level I'd look for. Oh, 1940. That's right. That's GME's big number. Yeah, true. 1937. That's the long-term support. Interesting. We have it drawn there. I mean, this chart looks bearish, but options chain are cheap. Really just need the SPY though, unfortunately. Need CPLI to make it rip. HKD is freaking volatile. We'll see though. See the volume just turned on and off. It's so weird. I'm in this at least till tomorrow. So for me, it's only if I want to add more. But for some of you that got in it, you know, you're probably up some. Do what you want to do, make a plan. Volume this morning is good on it, but we've had volume spikes where it just does this. Let's see. Today's a little different because it gapped and did it. Bed Bath just hanging out there still. Wonder if this thing's gonna act like yesterday or if we're actually gonna find some support today. Nothing too big on the bid side yet. Pretty big resistance at 26.10. There's a 77,000 ask. Me up almost 1%. Uber this morning during earnings call on a Q&A that's specific about BBY. On the earnings call for Newell Brands? We're in a win-win, so that sounds like it's them. The win-win is because they're basically protected on their investment. The way they negotiated those terms. But does that mean they're shorting it down so they can basically take it over? Good morning, Christopher. Good morning. I'm Gilly. So that way here on now, the market is inverse of what we want. Maybe. Huh. You don't have to shake your head so much, Hurricane. Why they have earnings going on right now at 10 a.m.? Not before market? What the heck? Well, so far it's not having any movement on the stock. Except for down. Alright, BY broke through that support. Still from yesterday's low. We'll see. I think looks like maybe 2.25's still on the table for today. The reverse in HBCO. But HDD now goes down. Yeah, maybe. Definitely seems like it at times. The Q&A so negative? Why would a Q&A be negative? Oh, I mean you don't have a link? If it's an earnings call, you should be able to listen to it. Earnings calls at 10 a.m. is pretty unusual, though. HKD just consolidating a bit here. This volume I'm still liking. And there's even a news catalyst behind it, so I'm not sure if that's good or not for HKD. I think it probably is. Yeah, 2.9 million already is big for this stock. Your volatile stocks don't obey analysis, technical analysis. I mean, yeah, if they're just jumping around on news and craziness, then not necessarily. But once they kind of settle down, then yeah, they'll still respect support and resistances and unusual to be said about it. Bonds up again. Back to pennies? What are you talking about, man? When was this pennies? Okay. Okay, looking at some covered calls on my BBBY shares. Not a lot of credit because the gap's so big down here, unless I want to do 2.5s, which I don't, since my cost basis is now, cost basis is 423 on those shares. I'll give it some time. Give it today, maybe the weekend. BBY at the lows of yesterday. Looks like it's wanting to flush through. HKD kind of holding up there. GME no volume. Second avalanche coming with that chart. Yeah, the HKD chart. It's totally manipulated. Potentially used as collateral. Sort of pumping up collateral for the basket of stocks. I don't buy it, but some people think that. I don't know what's up with it. Just know that it goes up times weekly. So I'm wondering if the buyer of those warrants has incentive to drop the price so that they can exercise or convert their preferred shares to common shares at a lower price and basically just own more of the company. And I'm not sure what force would stop that from happening. I've traded before, yeah. I traded during this rally right here. You got to be in and out. It's very quick. I don't know if yeah. All right, consumer expectations is out. Let's see what the market does on that. Came in at expectations. Expectations are expectations. Buy's kind of dropping a bit on that. Consumer sentiment came out. Can't trade for 90 days. They can't dilute, I think, for 90 days. You say trade, what do you mean? Those shares are not tradable on any marketplace. Or the warrants. I don't think there's any report out yet. Are you talking about the Newell earnings or whatever? Is that? I think that was going on. It says cannot trade. Well, what's being traded? Because I also read that those shares and the warrants, there's no marketplace to trade them. Right? Oh yeah, consumer sentiment came out. It came in up basically in line. So market hasn't reacted a whole lot from it yet. Mac 2 is McDonald's. It's okay. GME moving down with the market here. BBY doing the same sort of barcoding it did yesterday before it flushed. Done this before rips as well, but so far the momentum is not in our favor. There's a flush on SPY. Wow. Stock market is way too overvalued for interest rates that are not 1%. I think that may have a collapse in many prices. That gas had a flush, I think, on that news for some reason. No earnings Q&A. I've been answered. We're in a win-win in partnership agreement. I mean, if it was during an earnings call or an earnings Q&A, that's pretty official. That's when you announce stuff. GNS wants to rally. Held that support. Trying to be patient this morning because today could turn out to be just a big rip day too. So cutting longs, there's longs I want to cut, but I'm just trying to wait on it a little bit. Yes, sorry, I felt it too. Abby's still pumping. I love it. That's one of my long term. I've got a lot in Abby. Could see somewhat of a shift from growth to value. So as tech sells off, you might see some growth or value rather come up. AbbVie, like, it's kind of a hybrid of the two, but I put it a little more in value than growth. Who was it specifically? The CEO of Newell? Oh, we're getting a little bid building up here at 2320 on BBBY, which is below these supports. It's not much yet. There's a big order at the ask for 2680. Let's go, BBY. Let's go. Something like that. GNS, it is moving up a bit. Helba's had a bad pre-market, huh? Gap is gonna gap down to fill the gap. And then have to fill it on the way back up. Hopefully. Actual green candle on BBY. See what happens with this one. Let's see. Is gonna respect the support from yesterday. Oh. I think the channel seems to grow big every day. Just kidding, not every day. Thanks for the likes, guys, though. I appreciate it. We're at 28 this morning. Maybe this here. 1600 in, negative 300. All right, SPY is starting to move up here. BBY actually had a green candle there on the 5, so we'll see. VWAP's pretty low here, but SPY is bouncing up. I think a break of, it's at 407. Yeah, break of that 407 would be a might try long. We'll see. Kinda risky. Oh, that balls. GNS, yeah, it's up 4%. Spotify's up 4%. GME's getting a little pop from this. BBY showing some support, which is good. Rig, very nice. Who talked me into it? Yep. Yeah, it's a nice value play there. Oh, never mind. Oh, this is just the oh, the actual oil and gas wells. Oh, it is. So they have floaters. I was thinking this was shipping. Yep. SPY's moving up here pretty big. This is what I was wondering. This is why I was trying to be patient. We'll see if it's paying off though. Be patient closing longs. GME with a pop, 1.2%. BBY, just good. It's not flushing through that support. That's a good day for this stock lately. Past few days. Bear chat for today. Potentially, like I was saying, we've been trading in a choppy range. I mean, last 2 days are the first 2 red days, other than this day, in a long time. So definitely topping, but there's no CPI data or anything to actually cause a huge change in the market direction, I'd say. After CPI, I think we could either come up to the highs here, 425, 428, or I think 376, or even maybe eventually new lows on that trend down, something like this. Oh, see there, just rejected that pre-market high. So it does look like Bed Bath is correlated again with the SPY. Let me make myself comfortable. Don't get too comfortable, that sounds sketchy. Above 3, and how would it rocket above that for today? Yeah, I mean, let's see the options. Oh, short Yelp, reverse hammer, search up for day. Thanks, trader. Try to be positive. Always try to be positive. We can always control our attitude. This is delayed. Wow, is it really? Oh yeah, okay. Never mind, that's 2. Yeah, so look at the open interest still at 3. So definitely some solid push on the options once you get up there. We've been kind of in a reverse gamma squeeze though. See, we put more of these puts in the money. That 2 is a big level. Want to stay above that. Wait till 10:30. Probably a good idea. I put edible in there because we were looking at it the other day. And I noticed it was on the gap up. Got I think a high short interest, and the borrow fee I think is really high. But it's a sketchy one to chase. If you're looking for some risky exposure, you could. They just had a reverse split too. We've seen stocks do reverse splits, rally a couple weeks after. Not sure if that will repeat or not on there, but it has happened some more recently. Interesting to see HKD kind of hold up here. Trade kind of normal for now. Nice, 30% already. That's well done. What triggered you to buy them? By rejecting that high for now. We'll see though. It might not be done. Very early still. BBY holding this level is good. We can continue to. Be great. It's Teddy Day. It's Jim Cramer's birthday. How do you know this? Continued bullish divergence. 5-minute regained VWAP and news met expectations. I do see the divergence there. Or no, I don't actually. Regained VWAP. So you jumped in along at VWAP here. DJI showed relative strength. There it goes. SPY's above that level. Hopefully this isn't a false break, but yeah, I'm liking it. You got SPY. BBBY coming down a bit. Still just wicking to that same spot. Interesting, BBY came down right there. $4.11 calls yesterday at the buzzer. Wow. You expecting a gap up this morning? Um, I don't look at the Dow very much. Outside the spread on the 5. Move up, Bobby, now. No, I really don't. Yeah, I hardly ever look down. Yeah, I don't think I've ever traded it. I'm trading index, it's either NASDAQ or S&P. Let's go GNS. Yeah, GNS up 6%. Hanging out here. It wicked above that pre-market high, but needs to hold above it. And then, yeah, a move. I mean, then we have a long ways up. We could maybe go back there for a level. That 408.40. Or is this just a little pump before we drop? HKD holding up above that gap. Interesting. Yeah, trading BBY is going to be, it's pretty silly. Not liking that wick up there, but still early. 10:22, almost an hour in. Okay, SPY's moving up here. Four-weight 40 is kind of a support from a few days ago. Might close. If we get to 409.40, I'll close my long. It's wicking here. Not good. Either review to gauge sector strength without looking at a bunch of different sectors, SPYs, Qs, and Dow. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes they're not, you know, you're not going to have the Dow. You can have them inverse even. Let's encourage a squeeze. GME still at 1950. Yeah, it's sitting there. It's around that support. Needs the SPY to move up. Big green candle. Did it get rejected? Oh, back here? Might close this long. This is looking a little rejecty. Wait for a range to immerse on trade these futures. I like trading too early. Oh, BBBY did wick below 2380 is yesterday's low. Breaks that. It's really 22 to 2.25 to next, I'd say. Yeah, big wicks up there. There's 30-minute Tony Hurricane. Got 5 minutes for that. HKD moving up there. Eyes moving down here. See if it holds its support. I don't like that candle though at that resistance. What's up, Ryan? Running ads. Did you get that small money? Oh, did you get an ad before you started? I haven't changed anything. I do have a mod. I had to time him out yesterday. Let's encourage Elon Musk to buy baby. Everybody go tweet Elon Musk. Came here with a pretty big drop there. BBY still not though, but this is looking like a bit of a repeat from yesterday. In fact, well, not quite. I guess we had more of a rally yesterday first. But, well, maybe we had, look at that repeat though. Our rally was maybe at the end of yesterday matches this rally, the beginning of the day before, or actually that same day. I guess we haven't dropped as much yet. But yeah, it's just like one of these barcoding at the supports. Reversal or flusher? It seriously buys Doge? Yeah, he does. Why not? Well, we wait on you to wake up. Um, Not buying is a great strategy as well. HKD moved back up to VWAP a bit with some volume. My legs to maybe HBCO. HBCO recovering. Oh, weird. It got halted up, right? Now it's just sitting at the lows. HKD's getting some volume here. But he gets a whole 2 cents for each ad. Are you guys talking about me? Are you guys getting ads? Not running any ads. Lixt? Yeah, that chart looks pretty nice actually. Volatile, but got a rip, consolidate. Now you're back on the ups. SPY is now looking like it wants to bull flag and break out. I canceled my sell. I like this candle now, and it's looking more like a bull flag. Looks like we will have a move up. Maybe. Every time you reload? Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense coming back into the stream. Unskippable? Savage. Yeah, I think it benefits me. Yeah, there goes SPY to the upside. I think it benefits me having premium. Honestly, I don't really know the numbers since it's pretty much it's negligible at this point, so I don't have a lot of the answers. Once it becomes something that's worth spending time to figure out, then I might. But I think we're so far from that I just not something I even think about or look at. But from videos themselves, I think I have seen that, yeah, having YouTube Premium or Red or whatever, we do get more of the ad revenue or something. You don't think it'll stay around 240 much longer? Because you think it's going to go to 225? That gas is bouncing off of VWAP. Might want to go long on that thing. I don't think I have margin for it. Because I'm in this ES right now. BBY is just sitting at the lows. Hasn't broken the floor yet. SPY is now looking. Small gain SPY, close them out. Nice, take profits. Yeah, I mean, your options are gonna, they have theta decay, so take that money. Streamlabs has a breakdown. Yeah, I mean, it's on YouTube, I'm sure. I'm on Twitch. All right, hold on, it's coming down more. More formal watch list at 9. Yeah. What will you jump on? I didn't hear. Oh, I'll talk about natural gas futures. Not a stock. That's Spiral Finance talking on BBY. Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a possibility with this kind of convertible debt. I have pretty limited knowledge on it, but doesn't mean it always happens that way. But it is a possibility. It is the way they restructured it is, it's a lifeline to keep them out of bankruptcy. So, yeah, a good catalyst is somewhat still needed, and I think a good catalyst would be, I don't even know. I mean, uh, buyout, a merger, another big double doji there. That's sketchy. Just floating along like this, it's more or less going to probably be reliant on their earnings. And then, yeah, you'll probably have pops here and there, but I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering if they're incentivized for the price to be driven down. That's kind of what my understanding is. If they want to obtain a large portion of the shares. But then if the price goes up, all right, BY's flushing here a little bit. So it hit 23.70 actually on that candle back here, which is a new low from yesterday. If the price goes up, they can exercise their warrants and then make more just on profit, but have a smaller position in the company. But why would they want a big position in the company if they're going to drive into bankruptcy? So I don't know. Maybe just to acquire all the assets. HKD is moving up. But I'd like to hear other people's opinion because, again, I'm not too familiar on it really. $23.70. Seems like BBBY is going to probably break down here. Y is moving up. $23.65 actually is kind of a significant support with more volume there. SPY's moving up. See if we're going to get some little BBY action upside. GME is popping up with that, of course. HKD back to VWAP. Very natural price action on HKD today. I'm impressed. I want to give it a badge of normal looking price action. Longish on calls and BBY. I mean, they're starting to get cheap, but just, yeah. If you do go long on calls, go long on dates too, because this could take months before you get a big move. and you're just going to be burning theta that whole time. But trying to wait until the momentum, you have to be on it, be decisive when it starts to happen. So, but the IV is still high for sure. Buy now coming down some. I don't like all those wicks up there, but it does still look like a little 5-minute bull flag, so of holding out for a move up. Jump into X pawn. Because it's green. Yeah, I don't like it. Volume is roller stock, volume matters. There was a lot of volume, that is true. Yes, volume is insane. You need equally insane moves for that IV to increase much. Jeez. Should just jump out of this thing. Go back and forth. Just the wicks above the resistance are not looking bullish. But the overall formation is nice. Hurricane, you've got your 30-minute green. What's that tell you? Up and up? Shorts are stuck. Shorts are only stuck if it's going up. Right now, shorts are making a lot of money. And they only get stuck if it's going up and they're running out of margin to hold their short position. Right? You want to say shorts are actually stuck. Right now, longs are stuck. Especially ones that are on margin. Where you'd say it's stuck. Alright, new little low wick there on SPY. Okay, there's a move down. Down to VWAP. We'll buy for a higher price. Shoulders want. I know, at the money are still 200% a month out. It is crazy. Alright, my next pair. Thanks, man. Using that doesn't seem to work. That's weird. There's no space. Should work. You've still held since RC. Nice. Nice, like not nice. Pop back in the mid threes. If it gets up to the mid threes, it's probably going to go higher, so. Right on the 30 flickering. We've got a lot of time for that. Just big wicks barcoding on BBY. Just very unusual. It's trading like a penny stock, more or less. Eyes coming down here. See if it bounces off VWAP. If it doesn't, I'm cutting losses. That's because AMC is a penny stock. I mean, Hertz didn't actually avoid bankruptcy, but it did have some squeezes before it happened. They went bankrupt and then restructured. That's the thing. That's why BY like that might be the best thing for it as a company. But yeah, they had before Hertz had big moves. It was big moves to the upside. It had dropped down to pennies or a quarter. It was under $1 for sure. So, but they weren't doing this. I think they were further down the bankruptcy road. GME still there. It's good it's holding that 1940 support, but man, is it reliant on SPY? It doesn't make me very confident. Like a bad day so far to be trying to trade the SPY. Small range. So bid support now on Bed Bath. Got 50,000 at $2.32. 61,000 at $2.25. That last kind of support there. Okay, SPY is back to VWAP. Off the pace. Taking up my cape. Green there on Bed Bath, but HKD kind of rejecting VWAP a bit. See if GME retest this 1940. Too temperamental on SPY. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. Got 36 of them. Well done. Need to figure out how to turn my alerts audio on separately from desktop. A little bounce on VWAP. Maybe. Give it a little yaz. That'll ease the Bed Bath tensions. Alright, SPY is breaking through VWAP there. Jeez. Closing this thing. Okay. Right back in it. that spiral. I don't know, with those convertible shares, I think it's a possibility. I mean, not sure the success rate on that approach, but Disney music. Metallica. Barcoding down here. Oh, good point. Whoa, sorry. Sorry. X-Pawn? This chart looks sketchy to me. Usually you don't want to buy something that's already up 65%. If you're just trying to scalp trade it, you could wait for a move to VWAP. You know, see how it did like a little bull flag here, rallied up, made a little flag, bounced off this. There's a 9 moving average, simple moving average. So you try and trade it like that if you're just going for a quick little scalp. Is coming down through VWAP now. I'm just checking what kind of rolls I can get. These 3 strike. I can go next week, the same strike, and receive a credit. I want to roll it down. Probably have to go out. Let's see. Yeah, if I go out 2 weeks, I can roll it down to $2.50. I might do. Buys coming through VWAP here. So you guys for using the Batman logo on his kid's tombstone. They don't play. Cam's out of focus. Double bottom on HPCO? Maybe. Let's check it out. Talking about like a 1-minute chart. Right here. It's not really double bottom necessarily. This looks like it's flat. I mean, read it however you want though. Alright, SPY is flushing down here. BBBY did make a new low, but still hanging on. I think we're going to see a flash to 225. Not sure when the best time to roll this would be. Now or when it's lower. Keep an eye. You're collecting the 250s? These are puts. I don't think you're collecting puts. Back to the mid threes so I can get out. Buying in the no bankruptcy news. Yeah, so I mean, buy the rumor. There's a flush on BBY. Moving down with SPY also. Buy the rumor, sell the news. I don't think this was necessarily the case like that, but that is often the way the market plays out. Okay, so I actually want to do it sooner rather than later on this. I don't want the price to go down. I want to roll it now. Good to know. Just wick down there to 2360. You may move down with it. I think today might be pretty slow on the SPY. Waiting for 4. But once it gets to 4, it's going to have so much hype, momentum, and speed, you're not going to want to sell. And once it gets to 4, it might not be ended there. If it has enough momentum to be up there, probably see a pretty big move. Oh, SPY wick down to that low. It's coming back up. We've got EU close in 35 minutes. Bed Bath, not the big flush I was thinking was going to happen yet. Here it's coming. One down to 2. Maybe. 2.25 is a pretty serious last support. If it goes to 2, it'll probably keep going lower. Me on Monday when I got a 7 and sell. Uh-oh. Yeah, what you can do is set a limit sell right now. So you take out your emotion out of it. If you do want to sell it for whatever price, you can set a limit sell and have it set for good till cancel. So it'll last for 60 days or 90 days. You don't even have to look at it if you want to commit to that. You guys need a little more Yaz. It's canceling Netflix in droves. I saw a post on Wall Street Bets. Was it Wall Street? I don't know. Someone said no, I'm canceling it. European Central Bank says a soft landing is possible but not guaranteed. Whether another 50 basis point hike is needed in May will depend on incoming data and our assessment of the inflation outlook. Consumer sentiment was 66.4, by the way. $23.50 it hit. Bill Gates says Chat GPT will change our world. I kind of bouncing a bit there. Might be a good long on this support. I don't know, the range is so small though. While chasing life-changing money. Held Jimmy during the sneeze, and sure you'd held you as well. I mean, GME is a much safer play at this point. To me, BY is just, yeah, it's more of a YOLO, and it's definitely not one I'm looking to. I'm actually kind of just trying to premium sell on it. Like, I would love the upside, but I'm just trying to kind of capture that premium since the IV was so high. But naked calls might have been the play. It's looking like it's definitely gonna keep coming down. Hasn't found support yet, at least. 2.25 will be big. After that, yeah, probably 2. Not much bid support today. $3.50. We'll change your employee status. HKD came down. Almost filled that gap on that wick. Yeah, I'm streaming the whole day, that's right. You nailed it. BlackRock says, we think that the final way that we will get inflation all the way back down to the end target will almost necessarily require a recession, albeit a short and shallow one. That was Christy Okulian, senior strategist. I'm self-employed, so I make it my job. Oh, now it's showing that gap filled. Now it shows a tiny gap at 928. Volume today's good on here. I'm holding my shares HKD. Gotta hold until tomorrow at least. Is that true? It's still 5 cents for those? Kidding me? Oh, I wouldn't be able to roll though. It's crazy dealing with PDT again. I forget how I. Yeah. Little green candle on BBY there. BBY going in the box below 2 level. There's definitely a lot of gaps down there on BBY. All the way to those lows when they really shorted it. 1.3 is the would fill all the gaps. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see it going that low, but if that engulfing almost the buyer of the warrants and the preferred shares, if they're incentivized to drop it down so that they can take over more of the company's shares, that's where that kind of death spiral thing I think is plausible, and so that kind of sucks. No, I don't. Not yet. I'm trying to. JDFPV. E-commerce and real estate, and then just owning different businesses over the years. Just small little family businesses. So I'm in a transition now to see if I can do this viably. Option respect to what minimum price would you to close at? I mean, over 2.5 would definitely be helpful. Over 3, that's pretty solid. But yeah, I mean, you can see where the open interest starts to pick up. So 2.5 is 10,000 open interest. 3 is 45,000, and the next 3 strikes are all in the 40,000s. Contrary on the other side, on the put side, there's 36,000 at 2.5. So yeah, you want to be over 2.5. We've kind of been in a reverse gamma squeeze. Eyes moving up here. HKD bouncing off that 9 moving average. The chance that Bobby never will go over 3 again? I don't know. I think it's quite likely it'll go over 3 again. Even if they do go bankrupt at some point, you're gonna have pushes. What was that? Oh, my cash secured puts. That's right, I forgot I even had it. I'm rolling down my 3 strike cash secured puts to 2.5 on this account. I have these 3s, I have 8 left, filled some of them. This is why cash secured puts are so nice. Yeah, so basically instead of me buying it at $3, I'll agree to buy it at $2.50 in 2 weeks. February 24th. And I'm receiving a small credit to do that. Yeah, I mean, this is a good sign somewhat on Bed Bath. They're not getting engulfing candles because all these candles have the same bottoms because it's a penny stock and algos kind of flip into a different mode or something. I don't know. But this is the closest thing to an engulfing candle you would get on Bed Bath. GNS playing games. It back down. Still holding up pretty good. GME's not getting a little push here, unfortunately. Most side us people end up trading. I know, I was into the market many years ago and had no idea what I was doing and just bought something and it went down. I just, of course, did what everyone does when they first enter and just held it forever. And eventually it basically lost all its value. So that soured me to it for many years. And then I came back with a vengeance. It's like in Vegas Vacation when Chevy Chase comes back to the casino with all this extra money after he's already blown up. But then he loses all that money too. I'm kind of like at that spot. But the time I came back was a lot more money than the first time. He started freaking meth for Gustavo. How much did I lose with Bobby till now? I did a stupid day trade the other day with a large amount that lost me 10 grand, so that sucked. It wasn't supposed to be a day trade, I got into impatiently. And then on the long travel down, I think maybe 20 or 30k from here. Could have been a lot more because I had like 80 in it. But I was rolling cash secured puts. It might not even actually even been that much. I'm actually still not sure exactly how much that was because it was very confusing. Because my brokerage said my cost base was 4. I ended up selling it for 5. But that's after I rolled the contract like 3 times. I don't know if it was actually 4 or if that was just from the last rolled contract. If it was actually 4, then I actually made money on that bit. But I don't think I did. So I'm really not sure. It's very confusing. I've got it's kind of a mess. I just playing Snake today on VWAP. I feel like jumpers have to buy a boat. Yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, you gotta practice better risk management though. But yeah, can't really think about that because then you start revenge trading. But it does help me to kill losers quickly. What does my note say? Kill losses quickly. Kill losers quickly is kind of funny, but though. As far as trading goes, it's not long term. Alright, I think I will do these covered calls. I was looking at them, the premiums are still stupid high. The thing that sucks now about it though is just I have to do them below my cost basis. Kind of a bummer. What? Oh, that's way too many. That makes sense. But that's why it seemed like a lot of premium. That's too bad. Alright. SPY going back down there. This thinkorswim is... What is going on? Okay. I can do 12 of them, not 22. That would have been nice. I was like, wow, that's a lot of premium. I should definitely do that. 12. That makes more sense. Yeah, that's why I haven't done it yet. That credit's not very enticing, but just not a good time to do it either. Dang it. So to cover the calls, will the calls be worth more now, or if we already have gone to 22.5 and then rally back up, or even down here and rally some? That's the question. So I'll wait on cover calls. I'm still trying to roll over these cash clear puts though. I rolled some of them, which feels nice. I actually have 2.5 strike puts for today also. I'm gonna wait on those because those might be out of the money for above 2.5 by end of day, and then I'll probably just leave that alone. I don't think I'll roll it. EGR. Progress? Insurance holding company? Got a little divvy on there. Very bullish chart, man, for a dividend stock. Special dividend in here? 1.5. Dividend's 10 cents. Interesting. No, not this Monday. I think next Monday is Washington's birthday. HKD coming down a bit there. Right now it's coming. Teddy Day. I don't even know what the Teddy Day was. Put him enough extra cash for it sings. That's a great picture. I don't see GME that way. I guess we have a lot of shares. You've been selling cover calls in it a while. I don't think it's a leaky boat. They're very well positioned for this recession. Hopefully their NFT marketplace will make sense at some point, and it can bring in some revenue. But besides that, I mean, they're stacked with inventory and cash flow positive. So the stock price, though, yeah, I mean, it's totally unrelated to the company. Solid, plus loads of special dividends and it's backed by government regulation. All right, I'll put on my watch list. I'm not looking to go long anything right now, like for long term. especially something that's this high. Wow. there's never a drop on this thing, huh? Is that a split? First split? That is an insane chart. No time not to go along on that, I guess. Every time's a good time. Yeah, that looks like a nice hybrid of growth and dividend. I'll have to look into it more. Joel, happy! Max risk percent of your deployable capital. Very high win rate, return on investment. Max risk percent of your deployable capital. So deployable capital, like, what do you consider deployable capital? All your savings, credit cards, and margin, and second mortgages deployable, or the 50th anniversary of the Titanic, Hope Diamond. Okay, if so the only way that that would actually, the Teddy Day and all these hype days would potentially do anything is if they came out with news on those days. Ryan Cohen, Icon, they don't know when the stock is going to go up or down necessarily. Cohen kind of figured out the cycles a bit, and he could kind of predict it just the same as any of us. But if there's a certain hype date, there's not like, oh, the stock's going to go up that day. The only hype, or the only thing that would cause it to, would be news. So if news doesn't come out, or an announcement or something, the hype date, you know, it's not just going to go up because of that day, because they're not going to know. No one can know exactly what day the stock's going to rip or drop or whatever. I think it's an unstable ship, maybe representing Citadel or wherever possible sink that ship, and here comes more tin. We're gonna rip and rip to the shorts. Hurricane's back with a vengeance. Don't care today or next week, but the stock is going to squeeze again. Monday was Money Monday. Does anyone who was not in the stream that day go back and watch it fly? Make 4,000 shares. Potential for news today. Okay, yeah, so yeah, there might be news, but predicting the news is less reliable than predicting the weather, and that's pretty unreliable. Earnings, let's look at earnings on here. So that's interesting, actually. That rally happened after earnings. Didn't really think about that. They dumped it into earnings. I don't even remember. There was no catalyst for this. This drop was just based on the bankruptcy headlines, I think. I mean, they were dropping it and they were using that as an excuse, and then it just ripped out of there. I don't think it was based on anything from their earnings that was bullish. Maybe I'm mistaken. Do you guys know? So we've got a while to their next earnings, though. They haven't moved around earnings before. Not really done much. I like some sort of cycle with earnings. HKD coming down back to break even almost. Wow. Yes. IV on BY is still very, very high. But if you understand options enough, you can do spreads, which mitigates some of the high IV, because you're also selling the IV. And it's a good idea to do spreads anyways. It's risk defined, and you're capping your gains, but there's hardly ever a time in the stock market where there's never a time where you actually need unlimited upside, because it's going to end at some point. So spreads always make sense. Capital is not currently not invested. Not currently not invested. Currently not invested. I'm not sure, Decor, on your numbers there. But as you get more confident, more comfortable, you can, I'd say you can feed your portfolio. I think it's good to allocate a majority to a long-term portfolio that just buy and hold, and you take out kind of pretty much all of your timing of the market. Little move up here on BBBY, and you're buying safe, safe stocks. You can even just buy index if you buy SPY. And another good strategy is deploying capital cyclically or incrementally. So if you have 20 grand to put in, or 10 grand or whatever, put in $1,000 a month or something. Pick a number and spread it out over a year. That helps a lot, and the data has shown that spreading out kind of your deposits and your buying times really helps. But then so I would do majority, maybe like 80% long-term stuff that's and use is safe, mega cap stuff, or even indexes, honestly, SPY or whatever ones you like. BY looks like it's showing some support here pretty early in the day. We'll see. And then maybe 20 or 10% towards trading and starting safe and seeing how it plays out and upping your risk tolerance as you gain more experience. Something like that. It's been 84 years. Oh, there's a big pop. Pop. Do I still have that covered call order? No, I don't. I don't have it. So let's see. Out of blue, out of nowhere. We'll see if it's a big one, a little one. Oh, peculiar though. So I canceled one of my rolls, because if we do close over 3, which seems crazy right now, but then I don't want to roll the rest of these. Yeah. Not too crazy so far. No volume yet on this move. Get a bullish MACD crossover though, and green over the 9, which is good, but we're fighting VWAP right here. Buy's coming down a bit. If it's over 3 by end of day, that'd be pretty bullish for the option chain. Quite bullish. Wait, actually, I was looking at this. Yeah, this week's, that makes sense. Next week's like... Yeah, next week is... Oh, never mind. There's a lot still for next week, too. 40,000 at 3. Oh, that's crazy. Getting a move here. I'm gonna think how I want to be positioned. It starts to get exciting. Not buying calls. I'm pretty well set. Don't really need more exposure. Content with what I have. 0 shares available. Yeah, it's been zero shares for quite some time. Interesting, there's not really any volume on this push yet. It's not a good sign, but let's see if it comes in. Over VWAP now. A little more volume coming in. Not real resistance, at least on the ask side, till 2680, which is, let's see, up here somewhere. Wait, whoops. Right here. Whoa, there's some volume push there. I won't buy more calls. Don't worry. I'm not doing it. I won't do it. Like I said, I'm good. I could even get puts if you want. I could even go inverse. I might short some calls, to be honest. 8,000 shares and calls. So we'll see how long this lasts. I mean, you want these longer term time frames to flip bullish. Otherwise, it's more or less still a downtrend. Actually, that is an RSI divergence on the 5 minute, but it's a pretty short time frame to really weigh much. It's on the 30 minute too. Okay, that's not bad. It's very subtly on the hour. So we could have found a bottom, maybe. At least a temporary bottom at 2350. I don't need a rip to the atmosphere. I mean, really, just a slow grind up is more sustainable, is what you want. But you probably are not going to get that on this stock. Like HKD, it looked really weird today, just low and steady. Yeah, there's still a ton of shares being loaned, that's true. My paper account. Why is that BBBY? I don't know. This is still good though. This is very good. Consolidation above VWAP. When you just keep getting days like this, it's bad that we've had the last. It's only been a couple days, but yeah, it'll be good to see a break of trend if that's what we're getting here. Holding your calls and rolling over. SPY's kind of flushing through VWAP now. GME getting the kibosh back to support. Considering doing some covered calls now. Give it some time. Looking better. You don't want to be a gambler with the stock market. You can be a gambler, at least go to a casino where you get free drinks and food. It's in everybody's blood. It's dopamine. In my blood. It's like eating is in your blood. In my blood too. I like to eat food. When I'm hungry, I eat the food. The food made me feel good. Stock market slider is rigged. Oh, yellied. I don't know if you know too much about the casino or not enough about the stock market. Nat gas is moving up here. BBY holding above VWAP could be a good outlook for the rest of the day. Yeah, I got a volume push to that VWAP. Definitely did. And now you're starting to see some bid support. So 75,000 shares at 22.50. That's increased. 66,000 shares at 23.50, which was this low. Still kind of a ceiling at 26.80. So we're gonna bounce after it fills, but it is so filled. What you talking about, Willis? Oversold? Not really, no. What time frame are you confirm your confirmation bias on? I actually don't have a single time frame because we're oversold. Went back to 32. That would have to be some catalyst. Happy Gambler. Oh boy. All right, get a little bounce on that VWAP. That's good. Yeah, a nice just solidifying support to close out Friday would be really good, honestly. Over 2.5 would be dope. I mean, I don't know if we'll get it, but yeah, over 3 would be nice. Nice. That'd be good for next week. Over 2.5, you might have another week or so before any kind of options gamma squeeze starts to build.
A little
Whatever.
so we can learn more about the company.
Thanks, Nicole, and thanks for the opportunity. So what we do is we convert gases like industrial waste gases, refinery steel, or trash, the household trash that you have, and we convert that to the products you use every day. We've already made polyester, we've made detergents, we've made sustainable aviation fuel. So
HKD gave it up
basically
1.5%
imagine
down.
that instead of wasting
So far, it ended up
carbon,
just being one
what we
of those
do is
wick
we
spike
put carbon
days.
back in the cycle and use it over and over again to
See
make
if
things
After Hours
we
gives
need.
us anything. Oh, GME broke the
Polyester,
1940, hit 1931.
Fuel and more. It's amazing how, this was unheard of in the years past. So tell me about the technology that's used, proprietary technology of your company that you have to do exactly that.
That's right. We've been developing, testing, and scaling our technology for 17 years, and it's disruptive, right? What we do is you're used
It's
to beer,
disruptive.
you're used
Just
to
believe
making
me, it's
beer through the
disruptive.
fermentation of sugar. We
Yeah,
don't
those shares
ferment
I
sugar.
jumped on
We
yesterday on
ferment
GME, it closed
gases.
out
We ferment
just 100, I
waste
think.
gases like CO2, like greenhouse gases, and we turn them into products. And
I
what
don't
you're
want to
seeing
hold
in
these
that
calls
video
until
is both
later in
our
the day,
lab
but
and our commercial plants where these gases, a bacteria eats them
relative strength
in a
on GME is pretty awful.
proprietary reactor, and it's like a catalyst, and it converts these gases to ethanol. And then we use that ethanol as the raw material to make jet fuel, surfactants, polyester. That's the idea. That's how it works.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And nearly 20 years in the works to really perfect this technology. Congratulations to you and your team making all these different things.
There, I made GME
In
go
the
up. I sold my
meantime,
calls.
tell me about the process about going public, why you chose to do so via a SPAC, and what you're thinking going forward. Why was this a good move?
Well, it's a good move because it allows us to access the public markets,
Oh
and
no,
I
they're going
think it's
public
a
via
good move
SPAC? That's
because
not what you want.
we've already de-risked the technology. We've built large commercial facilities that are already operating,
Look
and
at the
we've
SPAC
de-risked the
curse. Don't do
market.
it.
As you know, big brands like Zara and Unilever and airlines like British Airways and Virgin are using our products. So having de-risked the market, having de-risked the technology, it's really time to be able to leverage what the public markets bring, which is visibility, as well as a different set of financial approaches, right? And so that's why we're here. We figured it was time.
Yeah, and as
It
you
was
say, to
time.
access the public markets, and I think also teaching folks more about what it is that you do. I think now that's an important part of it as well. So what do you expect to do with the capital raise, the proceeds going forward? What are some of the things on the agenda to get done?
So we've got two types of capital that we brought in over the
BBY
past
dropped
6
below
months.
VWAP.
So we brought in 230 million of pipe investment to get our company to cash flow positive. So that's what this de-SPAC allows us to do. But on that journey, we also brought in financing from Brookfield, whom you know as a very large infrastructure investor, and they've committed between $500 million to $1 billion to actually help us commercialize and build facilities. So if we can meet their milestones with specific commercial plans, they will help us finance them. And so that will allow us to go faster and faster. So we need capital for both building out facilities, which is where Brookfield comes in, and capital, which is where the pipe investment comes in to actually build the company and get it to cash flow positive.
Really exciting to get that 240 million and then have the promise of financing for more if you meet your proper goals that you've set together with the teams. Really exciting stuff. Tell me about the labor force and what it takes to make LanzaTech run. How many employees do you have from coast to coast? I'm assuming this is a US based company. How many people are under the umbrella and what do you see going forward?
So we have a total of about 380 people globally. And while 260 of those are sitting in Chicago and another 40 in Georgia, so we have about 300 in the US. We have started plants in China, in India, and we're starting up a plant soon in Europe. And therefore, the rest of the team sits globally. So that it can actually help operate the plants. So we work with partners like ArcelorMittal, Indian Oil, and Xiaogang to actually help them start up and operate the plant. So we have engineers in, across the world. However, the bulk of the people, as you say, are here in the United States, where we have 300.
Exciting conversation. Congratulations, Jennifer Holmgren, to you and your team. Nice to have a female CEO as well. Thank you for the conversation and the introduction of LanzaTech. We've learned more about it. Until next time, thank you. Coming up next, Disruptors. George Sillis is standing by. He's going to take a look at Cloudflare, which is moving higher today after its earnings. We'll break down that report and a way to trade it next.
Just grabbing a little food here. Keep an eye on BBY though. Hanging out at BWAP, which good. I didn't do the cover calls. Probably put an order to roll these 3-strike cash cleared puts though. Rest of them. Yeah, you could. It's not a very pretty bear flag on Tesla, but it. I mean, has bear flags basically just come down pretty quick and then it's consolidating at a lower level. So it does have that. What it has that looks better though is that head and shoulders on the hourly. Shoulder, and head. And then yesterday's daily candle, of course, is bearish and it was at a historic resistance. It's overbought. Yeah, it looks like it's coming down. I want to get into a Tesla short actually, but I'm kind of waiting on CPI maybe. I don't know.
Basis, even though the company did print a pretty good quarter considering some of the aspects of challenging content delivery markets and enterprise spending in the last year or so.
Yeah, and you know, when you talk about the level of profitability, oh, that matters? Remember, there was a time it didn't matter. Everything was high, flying
Yes.
high, right? Who cares about the path to profitability? You know, but as you said, a very important thing to watch here. And stiff competition, I mean, with the likes of some of the other names that you showed there, Akamai and Google and, Fastly. So tell me about how you would go about trading this name.
Yeah, so considering, I mean, all that whole narrative that I brought up is that the company hasn't really demonstrated profit growth. If it had, I suggest that we may see some incremental price action on an absolute basis. So what I'm trying to say here is that based upon what they reported and the guidance they provided, this will move with the market. In other words, they'll probably outperform the market on the upside or maybe underperform on the downside. And if you actually look at the price chart, it failed to break above as the price now above the February 2nd level, which was around $65. So that tells me that it could retrace back to 55, which is basically a gap in the chart. So what we can do is I think the stock essentially will be stable, and we can actually sell a lower boundary trade or put spread by looking at the March 55 puts. We'll sell those, and then we'll simultaneously buy the 50 puts. So altogether, you could earn about $1.70 per share or $170 a contract. So ideally speaking, if the stock really doesn't do much between now and expiration, about 34 days, this is good because essentially the profitability will increase as the option premium erodes. But break even is down to $53.30. And again, if the stock breaks below 50, that's where we would achieve full loss of $3.30. So it's a defined risk. That's $3.30, but also defined return of $1.70. So the whole objective here is basically to have the stock stay above 55 between now and expiration, and hopefully it does that if you put this kind of trade on.
Thank you so much for all the explanations you give us all week long, not only today, but also all week long. Thank you, George Sillis. Great job always. Thanks. Coming up next, 360 round panel taking a look at PayPal. Announced change of the CEO. What more do we need?
Okay. Excuse me. I should have bagel. Eggs and a bagel. A flat day on the SPY today. I'm gonna get some. Get some puts on for GME next week for margin, and I think it's probably coming down. The IV is so low though. Wow, it's 80. Dude, GME always rips when it's this low. But I think it's fixed, so maybe it won't do that anymore. CPI, I feel like could change its whole direction, but probably just still subdued price action, not a crazy move till after earnings, it seems like. I can't remember last time we saw 80% on next week's at the money. 78%. Wow.
Now, and so some of this is kind of a learning experience, but it will be really interesting to see how this plays out when PayPal's pulling back as far as investment and aggressiveness towards growth goes and focusing more on margin. And, competition is heating up. You think about the Shopifys of the world, ShopPay coming and taking more share, Amazon becoming the ever, more overwhelming presence in e-commerce, and the likes of Adyen, who, as of last quarter, really
Ogden?
announced
Is that
that
how you
they
say
were
it?
accelerating their hiring trend. So it's I have a hard time really seeing how that push and pull can work out in their favor, particularly as it relates to top line growth.
All right. Well, on the other hand, we have an outperform rating here over at Macquarie. Paul, tell me more about that. You think they're doing a few things right here. You got the earnings in, the better than expected earnings that were largely expected, as you said.
Thank
Tell
you
me,
guys
Paul,
for
your
your
thoughts, and
support
why
today.
the outperform rating?
Thumbs
Yeah,
up,
thanks, Nicole. So
views, your
the
likes,
way
your
we see
subscriptions,
PayPal is the
your bell
digital
ringing. I
wallet
appreciate it.
processing incumbent. 435 million actives, 79%
We're at,
digital
what,
wallet
44? Well
acceptance
done.
penetration across the 1,500 largest North American and European retailers. They are the incumbent in the space, and they have been
All right, so
struggling
my
with e-commerce
order on
volume, particularly around
GME filled.
goods being subdued after the COVID pull forward. We've been calling that out for a while, but that too will be
Put
overcome
in
over
trades
time. And
to
so while we are similarly a bit downbeat on volume expectations,
oh, it
we've
sounds
been
like someone else
lower. In
filled.
fact, we were lower than consensus this quarter on TPV expectations. While we've been a bit more conservative around TPV, this will reflate in a big way at some point, and PayPal will have the scale to take advantage of that. So our view is that while this has been a bit subdued, could continue to be a bit subdued, this is the scaled player. They're so far ahead that it will take time for them to be disintermediated.
Yeah, just a quick thought follow-up, Paul, quickly on
Why are those
e-commerce, goods
separated?
consumption. I mean, at the same time, there could be macroeconomic
Weird.
headwinds.
There could be, and we contemplate some amount of softness in our TPV estimate for the year. We have been doing that, but at the same time, we cover Visa and MasterCard, and they've been benefiting from continued strength in e-commerce, but it's a broader dissection of the economy that they're seeing that
Glad you
benefit
sold your
from.
AMC. It's gonna
And so
rip.
that's why we continue to come back to goods consumption and e-commerce purchasing of goods and household formation, how that was pulled forward through COVID.
If CPI comes in
So
good, then
that's
yeah,
the
I think we can
unlock
move
that
up.
could come once we overcome that.
And then could we have tailwinds going into
But I think we might still be repeating
Andrew?
this
Could things be changing?
this
And
portion
what would
right
you
here.
look for,
So
particularly in the space when they
a
have all this
retest before
competition? I mean,
our
I think
earnings, and then a
so
rally
many
out of
of the
earnings.
other fintech and payment
Retest at 15 or
platforms.
potentially lower.
Yeah, of course. Given their bent to e-commerce, I don't think that's obviously a rising tide will lift all boats. But I mean, if we could take a step back and ask what investors are really being tasked with, if those who want to buy the stock today, like say I want to sell you
Dang,
my
this thing's
pizza
getting
shop,
wrecked
and over the
today.
last 10 years, I had the best pizza shop in town, and then
It
2 years
started
ago I
with
had
that
record
engulfing
profits,
candle.
and I doubled
Thought
down
about taking
on
a short
volume
on it,
ovens and
just left it
started
alone.
selling
I guess I
subs
should
and
have.
salads. And last year, a lot of those
I think it's on a
subs and
mission to
salads
fill
that I
that
wanted to
gap
sell,
down there.
well, they didn't really work, and I had the worst year on
Definitely
record.
not getting calls on
And
that.
now I'm letting you know that I'm leaving in the next year. The guy who usually does my books, he's on a leave of absence, and I don't really know when he's going to come back. And based on no revenue guidance, I don't know how much money I'm going to make next year. So would you like to buy my shop?
Great to see you both, Andrew and Paul.
What's this guy talking
Thank
about?
you, Andrew Bach from Nico Securities America, Paul Golding from Macquarie. Thank you both very, very much. Good luck there at PayPal.
BRB up
Thanks for being with me on
10.5%.
this Friday, Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petaliti. See you at 2 p.m. Eastern Time for the watch list. Keep it right here.
Yeah, AMC. I know, someone called it out the other day, and I'm like, that's a big engulfing candle. I guess that was 2 days ago. Wednesday, yeah. It was a pretty nice move. SPY's coming down here. A lot of chop though. That gas made a new high there. Sleeping on that one, I guess. Bounced off VWAP. I think it's finally making a bottom. UNG. The Captain America quotes.
Everyone, happy Friday. Good to see you again. Welcome to Fast Market. I'm your host, Kevin Hinks. I'm here with my co-host, Alex Coffey, for today's show. He is the host of Next Gen Investing with Jenny Horn, as you know, coming up next on the TD Ameritrade Network. Before we get to Alex and our opening segment, let's take a look at the four major indices and see where they sit at 11 o'clock Chicago time, 12 o'clock Eastern. First, the S&P 500 down 0.2%. About 8.5 points to 4073. The Dow Jones Industrial Average actually up 0.2%, 67 points to 33,766. The Nasdaq 100 down just over, we'll call it 1.125%, 137 points to 12,244, and the Russell 2000 down 0.3%, 5.5 points to 1909.77. Now let's get to what we're going to do on the show today. You know, we have an interesting show for you today. Big winners, big losers, and then energy drink in the middle to get you through. We've got Tesla in the first segment, our first trade. We've got Celsius energy drink in the middle with Likefolio. And then we've got Google Alphabet, a big loser this week in the final segment. I'm here with my co-host for today's show, Mr. Alex Coffey. Alex, well, welcome to the show, buddy. You know, I wanted to do these two stocks along with Celsius. Likefolio wanted to bring Celsius to the table and I like when they have their own idea. That means they're bringing some good energy and good information. But in terms of Tesla, record-breaking run for the last several weeks. Google, almost the exact opposite, under severe pressure, and had a horrible week in terms of rolling out their AI. So two stocks that look like they're going in different directions, not necessarily today, but in the last several weeks. Your thoughts, Alex?
Yeah, I think we're talking about two names that really struggled to close out last year. Tesla took a lot longer to feel the pain of 2022, but ultimately
fair market value, depends on who you ask.
But has had a pretty unprecedented run for a company of its size in terms of basically doubling in short order.
It's gotten a lot more confusing now with their convertible shares and warrants, I would say.
But really impressive.
If they can turn around, it's undervalued.
Of a team at Tesla, particularly one man at Tesla that just is Teflon.
Right.
And this things just keep rolling off him no matter what is thrown, just keeps, getting
this next, not next earnings, but the earnings after. I don't know, it will be the next one probably.
I think it highlights a really
next stage had
critical
earnings.
point, Kev, which is just because AI is
so on this next earnings, we'll see what all of the store closures have done.
About what you're doing, don't roll it out before
Their
it's ready,
financials.
because it can work the other way too.
Now,
Expecting less revenue.
There's a history.
Of course,
and we're going to talk
but
about
hopefully
these later in the show. I want
the
to
cutting
talk
of costs
more
outweighs
macro
it, which
right
I
now,
imagine
but
it will.
There's a history of failed examples, failed rollouts in front of a large swaths of people. Microsoft had a horrible one, decades ago.
Probably
Tesla.
depends on what guidance they get or what
Yes,
analysts say, but
exactly. And
they'll probably
now
miss on
Microsoft-
revenue.
So it's almost, if you're in the same category,
But operating
with
income I'd be curious
Microsoft
on.
and Tesla, and
then
now you've got Google.
yeah, I mean net
Alphabet.
income, of
It's a pretty
course.
good company that you can be in. So I don't know if this is the worst
Buys coming down here.
public relations disaster
Too
ever.
low on
It's
the
a pretty
day?
good company to be in.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say too, because like you said, we'll talk a little bit more in depth about these. Is just if you're Alphabet, you have the luxury of not having to rush things. You're a massive company.
Might
You've
jump
got
into
so
some
much things that
Tesla.
are going well.
Whoop.
Why not just roll it out when it's ready? You don't need to win every race.
Yeah,
with
Tesla looks
Microsoft,
like it's ready to come
and
down some
they just
more.
bought what they rolled out anyways. So I think that it was maybe a little bit of a short-term mindset.
Yeah,
but
CP
I'm
lie,
sure
though.
it'll ultimately work
CP
itself
lie.
out. Market itself, though, interesting, Kev. A little bit of inflation expectations uptick.
I think that's what's seeping into this market, Alex. A lot of the whispers about next week's inflation data is starting to creep up. I mentioned on Oliver Rennick's show this morning, MTL, that Liz Ann Saunders from Charles Schwab put out a lot of data from the Atlanta Fed about wages and inflation, and they're all creeping higher. Now the expectations, you're hearing whispers about the inflation data for next Tuesday being 0.4 on headline, 0.3 on core month over month. That's drifting a little higher than people are expecting. So some of the estimates are leaning to the high side here, and it's starting to scare these markets, Alex.
Yeah, and the consumer sentiment data highlighted that as well.
Strong.
The actual sentiment from the consumers being, surveyed by the University of Michigan showed that those expectations have upticked a little bit. I think that led to the today's weakness. But I see this, Kev, as sort of you're playing golf. There's kind of swirling winds, and sometimes it's calm. Then you got a gust one way and the other. We have a market right now just trying to figure out which way the wind's blowing. Each headline is influencing the direction of the market, but all in all, we really haven't gone anywhere in the better part of a couple weeks.
And that might be the correction. Remember, there's two types of corrections out there in the world. There's a correction in price, and there's a correction in time. The market doesn't move over a year. By definition, that is a correction, right? So anyway, speaking of corrections,
I'm gonna maybe get exposure for
let's
this
go to
gap fill down at
Caroline Woods
145 on
live from the New
Tesla.
York Stock Exchange and talk about a stock having
It would be a little strange for it to come straight up and then just come straight down.
Caroline, a debacle for the ages.
But we might just have a couple
How'd you
big
like
days.
that to be the
with
headline
CPY.
about your company to start a day. Caroline Woods, what do you got on
Not a great day to enter it though. Friday with a
Certainly
red.
not a five-star earnings report. That analyst, obviously, that you're talking about, Dan Ives over at Wedbush,
Might be a good
talking
long here
about
on the
the
SPY,
EBITDA
actually.
outlook for Lyft. But let's run through these numbers first, because the ride-hailing company has lost a third of its value after earnings today, or I'm sorry, last night, down 36% today after a surprise loss, but also a disappointing Q1 outlook. Lyft posted that surprise-adjusted loss of 74 cents per share on revenue that rose more than 20% to $1.18 billion. That was actually ahead of estimates, also ahead of its previous guidance. So that's a little bit of good news there. Lyft had 20.4 million active riders during the quarter. That's its highest level
Tesla's starting
since
to
the
flush
pandemic,
through.
but still below pre-pandemic levels of around 23 million active riders. Both Uber and Lyft, of course, have been dealing with the driver shortage. The good news is that's improving, so they have to pay less incentives to get drivers. However, it also meant that they couldn't charge more during
bad
peak
time to buy it, but
times,
I
which of course impacts
got
the
into the
balance
Tesla
sheet.
short.
Also, Lyft had to reduce prices.
Waiting
to
till
compete
end of
with
day.
Uber.
If we get a spike, or
Another
tomorrow
hit to,
probably be better.
the balance sheet as well.
Tomorrow will be
As such,
Monday.
offered disappointing Q1 sales guidance. Said first
Give me a little
quarter
exposure to
revenues expected
downside
to be about
CPY.
$975 million. That's up from $876 million in the year-ago period.
Actually, I
A
think-
sequential decline from
I think
the Q4
historically
numbers.
I've
The
been the
estimate
most
was for
profitable
about
Tesla.
$1.09 billion, so also a disappointment there. Q1 sales, they
On
said,
options.
will be affected by seasonal factors like people. Well,
Don't know why it is.
too cold to ride scooters, right? But also in the beginning of the year, people want to be a bit more healthy, so they walk instead of ride. Also, again, more drivers equals less surge pricing. Also says it expects Q1 adjusted EBITDA to be between $5 million and $15 million. On the call, they said this is obviously not the level of growth or profitability we are aiming for or capable of. You talked about Dan Ives over at Wedbush, his response to that, saying the EBITDA outlook, which was
GME
a
just
debacle
low volume
for
gapping
ages.
now.
In turn, he
BBY is still holding up pretty good. It's below VWAP.
And lowered his price target to
Not a great look,
$13
but
a share. He actually said in his 22 years
2350 would be a
of being
nice,
tech
nice
analyst,
level
he's
to
listened to
keep
thousands
bouncing
of
on.
conference calls. He said this was one of the worst of the top 3 worst. He said Lyft's business
Worth
model
over
faces
7.
an Everest-like uphill
Yeah.
climb to show growth while profitable. In stark
yeah.
contrast to Big Brother
I don't know
Uber,
what market
which
cap
is
that puts
moving
him
in
at,
the
but
opposite direction of balanced fundamentals. So downgrade from Dan Ives, also a downgrade from Citi to neutral, cut its price target to $17. It was previously at $45,
point
which
to
was
load up
one of
my
the
Roth.
highest on the street. JP Morgan also
Load up your Roth
downgraded
with
Lyft
what?
to neutral from overweight with a price target of $15, down from $29.
If we get a
Analysts
bullish
there
move
said
on this
rideshare is
buy,
now approaching full recovery
I'll
in the
try,
US,
I'll try and
but
just capture the
Lyft is
upside with
not.
futures
Also got a ton of price
and then
target
close
cuts.
out of
Goldman
these.
is sticking with
So
its
far, I
buy
don't really have
rating,
any
but lowered to 15.
options necessarily for
Canaccord
upside.
lowered to 22, also in the buy camp, and then in the neutral camp, UBS
but
slash to 11, Deutsche
we got
Bank
BBY,
slash
which
to 11 as
it
well.
might move with the
also in
market
neutral camp. So
at
a lot
times.
of analysts lowering their expectations for Lyft.
Yeah, Caroline, I think it goes without saying Dan Ives really capturing the sentiment for a stock that's sinking 35% here on the session. Top 3 worst he's ever covered. And this is a guy who likes to see the glass half full when he can, covering markets for the last 22 years. But I think also, and it was sort of alluded to by Dan Ives and yourself, I mean, this is also in stark contrast to a report that was celebrated pretty widely in Uber. So it sounds like the analyst sentiment is that ride sharing is doing okay, but Lyft's not doing okay. Well, as far as I know, at least here in the US, there's kind of only 2 choices. So it must be kind of a roundabout way of saying Uber's doing a lot better.
Well, that's exactly right. And I think the big question is it a one winner takes all kind of market out there? But yes, Uber and Lyft used to trade in tandem with each other. We've seen a huge divergence over the past year. And if you just look at the 1-year performance of these stocks, Uber down about 9%, Lyft down 75% over the past year.
Not gas,
Similar on a
moving
year-to-date
up.
basis now, especially
You
with
start
that
dip buying this thing.
35% decline. So I think that, you know, it used to be that Lyft was in favor because it
I
was
did
the
this
pure
morning and then it
play
shook
for
me
ride
out.
hailing, and Uber was more diversified. But now the fact that
I guess I
Uber
bought
is
at the
more
highs.
diversified with delivery and freight
Dumb.
kind of helps it, especially if it is in the midst of a price war, which based on Lyft's conference call, the earnings call, there was so much talk about competitive pressures. So I think the big question is, can Lyft survive with Uber so strong? And you know, Dan Ives said he thinks M&A would be the best outcome, I guess. But it's just, can they find a buyer? I mean, I think it's also notable that this is still very much an unprofitable industry. Uber lost $9 billion last year. Lyft lost, I believe, $1 billion. So it's
Uber
not
lost $9
profitable.
billion.
Uber, obviously the outperformer. Is there someone who's going to want to buy
GNS up 6
a
and a
company
quarter.
that lost $1 billion last year?
Caroline, Caroline, this stock IPO'd at $72.
It's not
and
coming
for the
down
record,
heavy. This thing is
it isn't
held
the
very
weather that
strong.
keeps me off scooters, Caroline. It's self-preservation that keeps me off scooters.
I think
Caroline,
Uber should buy birds.
Kev, also though, we should note Uber
But
IPO'd
they
at
can't.
$45. It's currently trading at $34. So also
19
below
billion.
its IPO
How much
price,
did they lose
but
last year?
not quite by
Hey,
as much.
19 billion?
Caroline Woods, thanks as always for coming on, spending part of your Friday with us. Have a
disgusting.
great day, Caroline. All right, Alex, back to you and I. And, you know, this is, Lyft aside, this is a
$9
bad
billion.
story. And I think
That's still
the only
disgusting.
thing that can save them is someone to come in
Small company like
and
that?
take over this company and do a great job. But we've got bigger
real
fish. Go
quick,
ahead.
though, I was going to say, Kev,
Sure.
for those who have been longtime viewers of Fast Market and the TD Ameritrade Network, they may recall back in the day when me and you were co-hosts of this program.
Yes.
We were live on air when Uber went public. And
Yes.
that was about the most excitement that Uber's ever had as a publicly traded company.
Right.
And it's the one doing better in this space. So Lyft came public first. There's all this excitement and hope for
Like
a
multiple
service that,
lifetimes
let's
worth of
be
money.
honest, really revolutionized
Or like
the game.
Yeah.
People
multiple
really love
families and
Uber
generations
Lyft
of
as a
families.
service, but they haven't figured out how to make that into dollars and cents for shareholders.
And here's the thing, Alex. When Uber's earnings came out, it was all about the strength in mobility. It was more drivers, more riders, more margins.
Like
all
$1 billion
the
is
things,
insane.
all the strengths in Uber should have been strengths for Lyft. It was delivery that was weak and mobility that was strong. And yet, Lyft still couldn't deliver, even with all those improving macros. That is a massive red flag.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's not a situation where Uber is going to want to kind of deliver that finishing blow to its key competitor. They don't want to be the only operator. They don't want to have this monopoly issue.
Down today. I want
antitrust
to make that
issue.
back in the futures.
They're completely fine just having Lyft just sort of struggle.
Right, there
and
goes
maybe
short here
somebody
at the
else can come and
lows.
save them.
Right. A competitor who's really not a competitor. That's probably the best situation for Uber.
Couldn't agree more.
Clearly dominant now in this string. It's amazing that Lyft couldn't deliver.
I'm bearish
when
on it,
Uber
but I'm
delivered
trying to
so
like
much.
inverse
By the
myself
way,
and think maybe
neither
it'll
of
launch
these
it.
companies are still profitable, right?
And that
but
doesn't
here's the
really
thing,
have the-
Uber's closer now than they've ever been.
It's improving, but it's still one of those situations
Or they
where
don't
it's
know.
hard to see them actually crossing
It
that
seems like the market's
consistently
starting to
without
kind of price
removing
in
the driver
a
from
bad
the equation.
CPY, so
and you wonder why. Wonder
we
so
do
much. So
continue
we've seen
this
prices normalize a
downtrend
little
until
bit. We've
Tuesday.
seen drivers come back into the
Might
fold
see just
for
kind
these
of a
companies.
neutral
How much of that is due to the fact
reaction,
that things are a
or
little bit
maybe
more expensive?
somewhat
Maybe
bullish.
you need that extra income.
Well,
Maybe
BBY came
people
all the way back
are
down here.
taking on driving
Been paying
Uber on the
attention.
weekend for supplemental income. And if times improve, does that mean that prices are going to go back up for Uber as we're maybe a little bit more able to not walk, but maybe take an Uber for luxury? Are these drivers going to stop
BBY
driving?
getting kind of
Do we get
twitchy
back to
here.
that same
Might see it
issue,
move up.
from a couple years ago if
Got
things
some
improve.
volume that picked
I
up
don't know.
too.
And I can't end this segment without saying that when Uber started, it was a disruption to taxi cabs. It basically destroyed the taxi cab industry. And now, if you compare, the prices are about the same as a taxi cab was, if not a little higher, Alex. So it's
Gut
kind
says
of
calls, I
interesting.
know, dude.
You were
Buy.
supposed to be the difference, and
bulls
now
have been
pretty
so
much you're
strong.
exactly the same. Other than you can get part-time workers doing Ubers.
Yeah,
You can do
SPY's
it whenever you
breaking
want.
down
It's
here.
the gig economy. So
Okay,
a
BY
lot of
now
things
is
going on there,
reversed.
but I don't know if they've made any major improvements on just hailing a taxi to your house, other than the app. The
Daily
app
volume?
is revolutionary.
Taxis
it's at
and that
26
service
million.
is adapted to as well. So much
Yep.
needed kind of disruption.
Now you can get taxis on the Uber app.
Exactly right, and you can get
Can you do
the
that?
style of it uses the
the
meter
car
as
you want.
opposed to the particular
get taxis
set
on
fee
Uber?
ahead
I
of
didn't know
time.
that.
There's been disruption in this space, but now maybe it's try to figure it out now. It's
I'm
not just
tempted to
free,
go short
free money
here.
and we're
Right.
willing to wait for your long-term plan. You need to show us something now.
All right, let's take our first break of the day and
Still
come
have-
back with our
still have
first
that
trade of the
pre-market
day.
low
George
to hit.
Tillis will join the show. He'll look at Tesla.
There's an
We're looking at
awful
one of the
entry.
big winners in the
We're trying to
last
play the
couple of
breakout.
months. Stay right here on the TD Ameritrade
Eat
Network
that.
for more Fast Markets. See you in 2 minutes, everybody.
Just didn't give like a solid double test up here. I mean, this was a nice short where I went long. I was trying to play the breakout, but this might actually be the breakout. Got losers quickly. I'd like a close over 2.5 on BBBY today. That would help me with some of my options. And that'd be bullish, at least more bullish for this chain. 2 5s. 417. Looking way out now. If you are thinking about getting calls on BBY, which I'm not getting calls, but they're so cheap. They're so cheap because the stock's so cheap, though. They're not relatively cheap. Look at the IV. The stock is so cheap right now. Just get shares. March. Wait, 4/17, April 17? The monthlies on April? These? From where they were. They have a lot more down they could go. Not even just involving the IV crush. The IV is gonna keep crushing. But just the price of the stock, if it keeps going down, these are just gonna get cheaper and cheaper. Look at the 10s and 11s. These are now 10 cents, right? The 2.5s could become that in the next week. So yeah, it's cheap. It's 56 cents, but it can always go cheaper. I mean, I don't want to talk you out of anything, but what I was going to tell you was if you are going to get options, which I'm not getting options, but you do want to go long options on BBBY with something such high IV. That's not BBBY. What is that? SPY. Get spreads. You might have to enable it on your brokerage. I don't have it enabled, but just get a spread. That way you're not eating so much of that theta decay. If you want the 2.5s for March, doing it April. Want 2.5s for April. Buy this one, the 2.5, and then sell the 3. Or if you're thinking it's going to go crazy, sell the 3.5. Dang it, nat gas is moving up. Or even crazier, sell the 4. But the further you go in strikes away from this one, the more it's going to cost. So if you keep the spread pretty tight, it'll be even cheaper. And then you're not, the theta decay is going to basically be neutralized, especially if it's a tight spread, because the option you're selling is gaining value because you shorted it, while the other one's losing value. It's the play I just did on Tesla, actually, to the downside though. Oh, maybe a bounce play here. Excuse me. Got some orange juice. Easy phlegm. Scared, but I want it. I'm doing it. Okay. Went long. Double doji down here. Set a support. It's not a great reversal candle yet, but oh, we've got, let's see, what, catch it, you closed back here. Yeah. Volume picked up there too. All right, we'll see. Alright, now I'm waiting for a dip on that gas to buy that. Yes, spreads are easy. I mean, it's confusing at first, but you're just adding a leg. So you're capping your gains, but you're negating theta decay and not completely, but a lot. And you're going to get a cheaper entry. So you're selling the other one. You're shorting it. Because when you're going long on, you're buying. When you're going short on, you're selling. Oh, is this reversing? I got out of it. I'm scared. I like that it's at a support, but yeah. Would be nice to be somewhat up on a futures trade, come into CBLI, have some headroom, and then if it goes the right direction, you have big gains. Anakin Sashi, can't remember how you say that. I always say Helsinki shares candles, but it smooths everything out. Throw those on here for a sec. Anakin Shai, how do you say that? Yeah, you didn't spell it right. It's Hikenashi. It just makes everything smooth. I can't remember exactly how it gets it, but these nat gas are really moving now. Hikenashi. Changes averages. Oh. Trying to remember what. Oh, it closes the candle about where it closes and opens. And closing values. Yeah, I can't remember. We can look it up though. Hikenashi, also sometimes spelled Hikenashi, means average bar in Japanese. The Hikenashi technique can be used in conjunction with candlestick charts when trading securities. Spot market trends predict future prices. It's useful for making candlestick charts more readable and trends easier to analyze. For example, traders use Hikenashi charts to know when to stay in trades while a trend persists, but get out when the trend pauses or reverses. Most profits are generated when markets are trending, so predicting trends correctly is necessary. Yeah, it kind of smooths it all out. So it's maybe you can see it easier, the trend. Normal candlestick charts are composed of a series of open, high, low, close. Candles set up.
Baby, have the lobster, have the caviar, anything you want.
Oh, Ace. Thanks, man. Ooh, it worked. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Cheers, buddy. I think you guys heard it that time because I had my desktop volume on. Thank you, Ace. You're a legend. BBBY's holding there. So the Heiken Ashi technique shares some characteristics with standard candlestick charts, but uses a modified formula of close, open, high, low. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I had to get some alerts set up because yeah. So it uses some characters with standard candlestick charts, but use a modified formula of close, open, high, low.
Baby, have the lobster, have the caviar, anything you want.
Thanks, I am Gillied. Appreciate it, you guys. Thank you for your generosity on a down day, nonetheless. We're still staying strong. Yeah. Uh-huh. Is the Streamlabs pretty simple to use, easy to navigate and stuff? I looked into it. It's been a long time since I've even checked it out, but it seems pretty straightforward still. I think you can still use like PayPal or even just a credit card. Very simple, nice. So it gives a formula for this Heiken Ashi candle, but kind of confusing. I'll probably have to just read it out to figure it out. Changes the averages, is what Dink was saying. The average price of the current bar. Midpoint of the previous bar. Oh, your stream has membership? Oh yeah, I suppose being on Twitch. So the Heiken Ashi chart is constructed like a regular candlestick chart, except the formula for calculating each bar is different as shown above. The time series is defined by the user, depending on the type of chart desired, such as daily, hourly, or 5-minute intervals. The down day is represented by filled candles, while the up day is represented by empty candles. These can also be colored in by chart platform. The up days are white or green, and down days are black, for example. Just throw it on here so we can see what's going on. There are a few differences to note between the two types of charts, and they're demonstrated by the charts above. Heiken Ashi has a smoother look because it's essentially taken an average of the movement. There's a tendency with Heiken Ashi for the candles to stay red during a downtrend and green during an uptrend. Whereas normal candlesticks alternate.
Have the lobster, have the caviar, anything you want.
Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Very generous of you. Unless if you figure out a way to hack it. Oh, I've not even seen the donation fight. Fight. Round 1. Fight. I need to actually change that so you can see your message better. That's 100 buys and 20 shares. Whoa, big spy rip there. 1230. Let's see if I can move the that's it later. I can't even tell. That was a weird rip on SPY. Doesn't everything look so weird with these candles? Okay, so the smooth looks tended red during downtrend, green during uptrend. The price scale is also of note. The current price shown on a normal candlestick chart will also be the current price of the asset. That matches the closing price of a candlestick, or current price if the bar hasn't closed. Because Heiken Ashi is taking an average, the current price in the candle may not match the price which the market is actually trading. For this reason, many trading platforms show two prices on the y-axis, one for the calculation of the Heiken Ashi and another for the current price of the asset. So it's just averages. That's what it seems like. It does smooth out though. These 3 bars are going to be made on the 5-minute. Hold this. Hold this 23, 80, 50, one more 5-minute, we're gonna red then dump. Seems so. Ace, thanks man, appreciate it. I don't know if you can hear Will Smith over the Yaz, but it's pretty glorious.
Social media influencer kind of realms, and clearly that's been effective because you can see the growth element of what you're looking at is a very impressive number. But I'm also really impressed to see how high the happiness is as well.
I'm impressed with BBY holding the support.
Message, a more
Hope this
healthy
sticks around.
alternative for
like happy money.
The energy space, targeting a more active demographic, more health conscious demographic. And it seems to be, at least the perception is that they're delivering really well in that, because very few names have both extremely high happiness and growth at the same time.
Yeah, you make a really good point. I think that's why Celsius is such an outlier for us. And another thing that I like that you pointed out is kind of why Celsius, like why we see them outperforming. And a lot of this is because of the niche that they've carved with those fitness-minded consumers and health-minded consumers. Because anytime we see happiness levels, especially over 80%, I think Celsius is now around 82%. That's really high in our universe. And so this is pretty impressive. And, you know, if you've been following the news cycles, you know that Celsius has been in the headlines for some lawsuits recently, I think most recently with rapper Flo Rida. So anytime we start to see, you know, the
rapper
brand come under question, but continue to show, at least on the consumer front, that consumers still like its products, that this product is still flying off the shelves, that's a really powerful proof point for us to say, okay, you know, don't get distracted by the noise whenever you're thinking about this name long term. But, you know, back to those health benefits that I mentioned, one thing that's really interesting is we're seeing Celsius's demand really accelerate as consumers kick off the new year. And we know
cool
that
for
the new year is
to
a
see
time
the trend.
when a lot of consumers set resolutions. You know, they get back in the gym.
It's nice
they
for seeing the trend.
trying to be more healthy or more mindful.
It's like
of
one
what
step
they're
away
consuming,
from
and Celsius is really
like a line
benefiting
chart,
from this.
basically.
You know, one of the top just wellness trends overall that we're tracking in 2023 is this concept of adaptogens.
Oh, to see the trend, but to really
adaptogens are substances
get more
and
data,
they're
you
really
gotta look at
derived
the
from
candles.
plants, but they're things that have these perceived functional benefits, whether that's to anxiety, whether that's to fatigue, for stress, for energy. And we see that Celsius is really leveraging these functional benefits really well. You know, it talks about a lot of the products or the ingredients in its drink that are derived from plants, whether it's
BBY is
green
coming
tea,
down.
whether
Let's
it's
see if it
guana
just
seed,
wicks here.
and you'll have to forgive my pronunciation on that, but we do see this, and you can see that on the far bar on the right, that this shift in the consumer mindset is really benefiting Celsius because they've successfully positioned themselves as a drink that's a little bit better for you maybe than your traditional standard energy drink that you might think of.
Yeah, Megan, this is not Red Bull, right? I mean, some of the quotes I'm reading, good for you ingredients and supplements, a health conscious energy drink with a calorie burning functional energy drink. So this is a drink that you don't have to feel bad about drinking, correct? I mean, and you can see by the happiness on the, where is it? Let me see, the purchase intent versus sentiment. Top right is what you're aiming for, Megan. I mean, this is about as far top right as you can possibly be with this name. This is pretty impressive up against some pretty good competition.
Not sure if I've ever had Celsius.
Yeah, for sure. This is, you know, definitely, this is even an outlier of an outlier grid for us when we look at these outperformances. You know, a lot of times we might see a major outperformance in consumer happiness. We might see a major outperformance when it comes to demand growth, but it's rare to see both in the same chart. So that's why when we do, we like to highlight those examples. And I do think it's interesting that, you know, if we were to break these things down at the brands level, if you were to look at Monster Energy, for example, we do see growth in pockets of Monster Energy. We see growth in regard to Monster's Ultra, so it's, you know, lower calorie brand. We see growth in Monster's Rehab brand, which is more tailored to the post-workout type of consumer. So it's interesting to see, you know, the same trends are driving growth in a couple of different brands, but so far it seems like Celsius is harnessing this tailwind the best.
Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Likefolio.com. Thank you so much for spending part of your Friday with us and bringing us this data on Celsius Energy Drink. Megan, have a great weekend.
Rain, is that another energy drink?
All right, Alex.
Not familiar.
Celsius Energy Drink. This is not one we talk about all the time. It's not a high-profile name. It's got earnings coming out on the 28th. Of February, I believe. Yeah, that's about right.
I've got a couple other alerts in there.
It's still tradable. It's still a name that rallied 40% in 2022 when a lot of stocks were struggling.
I actually have one for subscribing, but I don't know if it works.
Off its highs, but still a stock that you should probably pay attention to.
Yeah, and for a name that's targeting its marketing through social media to see that kind of happiness and growth in conversation around being maybe a consumer of this brand is essentially what we're seeing with
Yep, just wicking down at that same
data,
level.
I think is really important and
same
critical
barcode
if
level.
it's going to continue that success going forward. But what really stuck out to me as well, Kev, was this isn't a brand new industry. This is just an improvement.
Energy drinks very.
It is a long game in
on an
cycling.
industry that's already established. And so, how has Starbucks became Starbucks? Well, it improved upon an industry that was already established, and it's also something that really capitalized on routine. A lot of people
Or it'll
who
flush
consume
down at
caffeine.
2250.
I'm a coffee drinker on a daily basis. You do it every morning. Sure. You know, they're not selling a product that you buy once a year or once a decade like a Canada Goose. They're selling something that you need on a regular basis.
Say Canada Goose.
They carved out this niche, and they have this brand perception. And their
Canadian
winning
Goose,
is at
baby.
the effect of someone else probably in their space losing. In this case, it might be the Monsters, the Rockstars, the Red Bulls.
Right.
And it's really, really impressive
So
to see
with
them
the penny
come in
stock
and take shots at some of these big dogs in this space.
candles that we get
Kev, you can
here,
see why
it
someone
kinda
would be
looks like the
optimistic on this one. You could see why someone
and ashy.
would want to bet on this company as opposed to bet against.
That's
But it
always what
has
I think
been a
of when I
really, really
see
strong name. It
kind of
could be
barcoding.
due, for
It
even
looks
a greater
similar.
pullback here. It has that earnings event on the horizon. So I took it something that's sort of middle of the road. I looked at something that's neutral to bullish. It still leans bullish. That's still where the comfort and the risk taking would maybe be.
Your
Is I'm
handles in one red
comfortable,
zone.
in this case, maybe taking downside risk. Me being hypothetical here, just looking at an illustration. but not needing that upside to
Yep,
reach
here's the bounce on
profitability.
Tesla. So
taking advantage of the recent pullback, taking advantage
might
of the
even
fact that
add
it's a newer
another
entrant,
one.
so it has kind of greater implied volatility.
VWAP, or maybe I'll
And
wait
for
till
a name
Monday
to
at
be able
least,
to, you know, buck
or
the
Tuesday
market
even.
volatility the way this one did
CPI
last
could totally
year
flip this around.
indicates that it is a force to be reckoned with, and there is optimism on this one for the future.
I got a pretty
So
good amount of time on my Tesla though.
went out to the March monthlies, Kev, selling the 90 put, buying the 85, looking at a $1.75 credit. That would be basically a third the width of the strike, so creating about a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. 88.25 is the break even, $325 in risk if the stock were to be below 85. These be fully in the money, and then they offset through assignment and exercise. Best case scenario, somewhere above 90. These options expired worthless. You keep the credit. 175, not accounting for transaction fees. But what I will say, Kev, and this is something that each investor would have to determine on their own, this captures the earnings event in it, or at least the anticipated earnings event is likely to be within this time frame. So a decision would have to be made. Is that something you're comfortable with? Is that a risk you're comfortable with taking? It is a risk-defined trade, so even in a debacle, you know that worst-case scenario ahead of time. But it also is something, if the secondary market persists, say you did put something like this on, or something in this family, in this expiration, if that secondary market was there, the consideration could be, well, maybe I put this trade on with the intent of trying to take it off before that event too, if I don't want to stomach that risk. So all of those things would come into play. This is just the neutral to bullish illustration. A neutral to bearish version of this probably exists. A range-bound combination of into an iron condor may exist, but still a stock that I think has been really resilient, really powerful over the last year. And if you're a believer in it, maybe this is something that fits that bill.
Couple things. You are about $6.50 out of the money with that short put vertical. So it's a risk-defined, high probability.
Another nice short, actually.
Theta short put vertical. But if you notice on the option statistics page, only trades about 1,000 contracts a day in terms of option volume. Not a big volume trader, not like Tesla, not like any of these others. So make sure you do the proper price discovery when you're doing this. Put in a limit order. Don't chase these around. It tells me right now that it's not the most liquid name out there. It's a good idea if you like this stock, if you like energy drinks, but make sure you're controlling your risk on a name like this, Alex.
Yeah, and I think the last thing that I would add to that, Kevin, you would know this from your days as a market maker on the floor.
We'll rise again.
Or doing a strategy that's theoretical in the sense
Might
of
be waiting for March.
Could help counteract some of that a little bit. It's easier for the other counterparty then to take the opposite risk off as opposed to just a
GME
single
volume.
Both sides like it.
But that being said, it's
what is it today?
There's two elements to it. You have the multiple legs to increases transaction fees, but at least the risk-defined element in this, I think, does do some service of understanding that there is risk of liquidity, and at least you can kind of have that.
It's actually not awful.
Risk on the table.
There are some trades that are unlimited risk.
I mean, it's a low, but I don't think it's going to be lower than 2 days ago.
We always teach the ability to show up tomorrow for work when you're trading these options. All right, let's take our final break of the day. Coming up next, we'll look at a stock that has been pretty beat up lately, Google Alphabet. Come back in 2 minutes with more Fast Markets. See you.
Algo trade makes me go rip. Come on here. Whoa. Holding so far. I mean, it is down 9%. Was that rally into close yesterday? I'm moving up. Nothing moving up with it. Tesla. Wonder when oil's gonna start coming down. Maybe right now. Little head and shoulders here. The micro on oil again. We've got MC, I think. Yeah, MC, WTI crude. Oh, that's a micro. Let's look at our paper account, see how that cover call is doing. Pump up a micro oil on it too and see how it moves. Alright, GME. There you go. See, 80%. Look, you have a whole week left. We opened this at a bad time. It went against us to 180% at one point. And it just smooths out the chart. Now we're back to 80% positive. So, realistically, there'd be not much reason to hold this all next week to get that last 20%. So you could buy to close it, or you could roll it, which is buying to close and opening another one. So with GME, there doesn't usually have a whole lot of gaps. So I would probably just put an order in here at the low, or even like maybe a couple strikes below the low. And then just wait for it to fill. And if it doesn't fill by the end of the day, just fill it at whatever price. And then on Monday, with a little green volatility, open up another one. Oh yeah, the call's totally green. Cover call's up 80%. And we have a whole nother week on it, which is what's crazy. So that's why I would close it even. With a week left of time. There's no reason to hold it for another... Because we only got this, what, 2 weeks out? And it's already decayed to 80% of its value. Does that sound familiar? You bought calls 2 weeks ago, and you actually got them at a really good time. And here we are a week later, and it lost 80% of its value. You're hoping to get that, hoping that you get that last 80% back next week, and then some. Diminishing returns, yeah. Yeah, a lot of diminishing returns. So, you could roll it, or you could just close it. Because since this isn't a very good time to necessarily open a covered call, middle of the day and it's just flat, more so the morning. And the best time, of course, would be on a green morning. Oh, BBY flush through. New low on BBY, so headed down 2250. I would imagine is our final support, or the next support at least. So yesterday's chart is somewhat repeating today. It looks like possible we go through the 2250 and then maybe bounce back up to 2250 by close, like we did yesterday. Stair step, bounce at close. That was a pretty big bounce, so I don't know if it'll be that big. Later in the day though, I think. No, this was like, let's see, this is 1 o'clock right here. So we really haven't come down as much today as we did yesterday. Percentage-wise, we have, just because we had that big rip at close. As far as the price, it's higher. That's good. It's maybe making a rounding bottom. ATNF. HNF looks like a sketchy penny stock. Oh yeah, so I want to open up what should we do with the cover call? What do you guys want to do? Should we close it now, buy to close, leave it, roll it? I'm gonna short micro crude here on the paper account. I think these move pretty slow, but then the big oil ones I think they move quite fast. The big difference I think in those. And the MCL futures should more or less line up with the USO chart. Bought a new PC and then average down. GME popping up a little bit here with SPY. Close it and buy BBY shares. That's a paper account, so cash out, buy to close. Ace, what do you think? Anyone else? Could even do a little poll. Cash out. I think I got the answer. I did a poll though, just in case. There's some lurkers that are too scared to type. I'm moving up through VWAP. Would end up being a good long, but it's not a great day. Small range, pretty choppy. Didn't see a good reversal. It was, again, this double doji candles can be a reversal or it could be a continuation. So just showing that the momentum has slowed, but it could always pick back up. Not a whole lot of a flush on BBY yet. Cash out, leave open, roll a week after next. So we then could discuss what we'd roll to, what strike, what date. And then leave open would be just rolling it next week, or I mean you could even just let it expire worthless if it does. Close today I think is the consensus though. I think you guys are right. I think that's probably the best play with this covered call. So you have to think about it though, because they don't always work like that. But given that GME has come down 2 days now, it's just sucked the ivy out of it. Well, 4 days actually. But if you remember these 2 days back here, I think we opened it here, and then this day we were down like 280 something percent. So yeah, if GME kept going and ripped and we were at $30 now, we'd still be down probably 3 or 4 or 500%. 1000%. So then you'd be like, okay, rolling it. But since we don't know what the future holds, we always know the price is going to go to the right. We can sell and capitalize on that prediction that we know is going to happen. And so yeah, 80% makes a lot of sense to close it. Actually higher than I even thought. But this down move definitely decayed it. If it stayed flat, it'd probably be like more 50% or so. And then maybe be like, all right, I'll wait over the weekend because you have a whole 2 days of decay basically where it's not trading. But since it has had to move down, it's decayed. Good. And there's still a whole week, so yeah, makes a lot of sense to close it. We'll close it. Big profits. So here's my my mini oil, micro oils, up $10. This takes $7,900 in buying power that they hold. They don't hold it, but it needs that for their margin. So we'll close this. We'll keep the shares because we'll do it again. And then this is what I would do. Unless you think like GME is about to rip and the price is going to go down, I would still, I'd milk the contract a little bit more. Because even if it does come up some, by end of day, it's probably not going to be much more expensive than it is now, if at all. So I would put it at 10 or even lower, but we'll just do it at 10 for now. You don't need to be greedy on the closes. Okay. So yeah, buy to close. So we're buying it back. When you just hit close, it'll do all this automatically for you, but one contract, we're buying it back. It expires next Friday. 24.5 strike. This is the same contract, we're just closing it. We have to buy to close it. And to close it, we have to spend money. But we received money to open it. So our profits is the difference. Right? We received... so it's the cost, but it's got parentheses around it, so it's... We received that, basically. Kind of confusing. But yeah, we received $52 credit to open it. And now we're closing it, and we're going to spend $10. So you think, oh, I want to get all of it out of it. But it's really not worth it. So you spend the $10 to close it, and you're done. So it's a debit, and the $10, and it's not filled. We'll wait. It might take a little while now that GME looks like it's bouncing a bit. I predict it will be closed before end of day, though. Close it and buy BBY shares. I should have put that as one of the options. So once it closes, then should we open? Because sometimes even end of day you can get some volatility too, which could open a cover call end of day. I've not really tried to shoot for end of day to open stuff, but not a bad idea, especially if it's in the direction, like if you're selling into strength, which it might be today. And then you have 2 days, of course, it'll just decay. Want to go long on that gas. It hasn't made it all the way back down to VWAP though, so I'll wait for a better deal. BBY hanging on here for now. Not convinced it will continue to, but oh, Fed Harker was speaking. That's right. He's speaking today. He says Fed needs to get above 5% and then pause. Harker says economy has a good chance of soft landing. US monthly consumer prices rose in December instead of falling as previously estimated. Remember, it was also revised higher to show CPI increasing 0.2 instead of 0.1 as previously estimated. That was out this morning. I think that was part of this kind of sell-off here. That wasn't this morning. That was at 12. Jamie Dimon of, or no, not Jamie Dimon, Marco Kolanovic, JP Morgan says, don't pile into stocks because there'll be a 10% correction in the S&P 500 by summer. Griffin of Citadel has said he would serve as Treasury Secretary, but only if the country is in economic trouble. That's old news. Maybe 7 million Americans are still paying checking account fees each month. GME with a no volume gap up.
As always, we kick things off with upvote, downvote. We'll go through some of the movers of the day on a stock-specific front. We'll narrow those down. Look at some technicals with Mr. Ducat, and then look at some trade illustrations as well. Hard to avoid a conversation in Lyft today, Caroline. I know we've already talked about it a couple times throughout the session, and for good reason. It is making a massive, massive move. So that'll be our subject of our FOMO discussion. We'll talk a little bit about the soda pop stocks and Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Of course, Coca-Cola.
All right, got another poll for you guys.
Company just to beverages, and then we'll talk with George Tillis on Top Golf, Callaway, that company, and how things are going on that front. Both hardware and of course experience as well now with that Top Golf exposure. But let's start here with upvote, downvote.
What's
Caroline,
Topgolf doing?
standard disclaimers, not endorsements, not recommendations. First one here on the list is Expedia.
I think I remember when this IPO.
Doing all right, I would say. But
Oh, maybe not.
that
Wait,
being
what?
said,
This isn't it.
not today. Been a pretty rough
Callaway?
session so far, down about 8%. What's the news?
I was wondering if there was an asterisk on that doing all right, because Expedia is down, as you said, about 8% today after earnings, still up more than 20% so far in 2023. But disappointed on both the top and bottom line. Adjusted EPS of $1.26, missed estimates. Revenue did rise 15% to $2.62 billion, but that fell short of expectations. Gross bookings rose 17%. Expedia said fourth quarter results were negatively impacted by severe weather. However, they did say demand was otherwise strong and accelerating and has been markedly stronger since the start of the year. So actually, we've been seeing some price target hikes from analysts in response, despite the fact that it was a miss. RBC Capital raised its price target to
BBY's
$120
from
new low.
$115. Kept a sector perform rating on the shares, said better than feared full year guidance and encouraging management tone were the reason for the price.
Yeah, ground floor would
boost.
kind of be like a driver.
Thinks
I
the
mean,
magic
there's
margin
a lot to it
expansion
still,
story
but
likely continues to play out
yeah, I
for
guess
this
part of
year,
the
but thinks it's fairly
part of the
valued at
appeal
these
is being
levels.
high is kind of cool.
Mizuho, meanwhile, boosted its price target to 120 from 105.
Wasn't
Also
it
in the
public?
neutral
Is it
camp,
Callaway?
Says
Did Callaway
trends
buy it
heading
or
into
something?
Fiscal 2023 appear positive.
Oh, I remember
Barclays,
Top
meanwhile,
Ships. How's that one doing?
140 from 129 and kept an
This one's gone
overweight
insane.
rating. So Expedia down 8% today, trading around 108. So still some upside,
follow this one.
even from those neutral
What was I thinking?
ratings from two of those analysts.
You guys
Yeah, I
play
think this is what makes
tops?
this such an intriguing market news headline,
One's
Caroline.
wild.
Disappointing earnings.
Reverse
even
split after
more
reverse split.
disappointing earnings reaction, down 8%. Stock's been all right for the most part over the last month and a half. But then the analysts come out, and it's almost a collective. It's not like it's one analyst out of several. There's at least a couple.
You got burned by tops? You
that
did play
saw
it?
this news being perceived as bad by the
Not one to
market
hold.
is actually optimistic. And
Like a
actually
leveraged
sees,
ETF
more upside than they
decays.
did before this news. So I think that's fascinating, and for that
Like
reason, I'm
BBBY
going to say
and
upvote,
GME.
because whenever we see those dichotomies,
I'm just
I
playing.
think that's sometimes where opportunity
playing.
can lie. The next one on the list,
Doesn't
though,
win.
is PayPal. PayPal also making a move in regards to earnings here, Caroline.
Yeah, it's more like
talk
a
to me about what's going on here in the
arcade
payment
golf.
processing fintech space.
Yes, PayPal, another winner in 2023, and actually a winner today. It's up about 2% after earnings, despite the fact that it was a mixed report. Earnings per share of $1.24 beat estimates, but revenue missed, came in at $7.38 billion. That fell short of expectations. PayPal did announce another $600 million of cost savings for 2023, though, and that's usually bullish for the stock. On top of the previously planned 1.3
You were holding
billion
it, sounds like.
thanks to,
Yeah,
of course,
a stock
headcount
with
reduction
previous
and
reverse
also
split
expense
history.
reduction. PayPal did
Typically not a good
forecast
sign.
$5 billion in free cash flow
I mean,
for
not for a hold.
2023, and that fell short of expectations and is a decline from 2022, but doesn't seem
About
to be
that.
weighing on shares today. Also announced that
But
its
you guys
CEO, Dan
50-50 so
Schulman, will
far on
retire
the
by
vote.
the end of this year. But in response, got a mixed reaction from analysts. Oppenheimer raised its price target to $90.
See, yeah.
$85.
That one held stronger though, didn't it?
Rating on the shares. Says
It's
that
energy, yeah.
full year guidance feels like a cautious outlook that is
Oh,
beatable
no, not
among
really.
payment peers.
This one's done a lot better
Piper
than
Sandler,
Tops, though. I mean,
however,
Tops
cut
is
its
literally
price target to
like,
$82
awful.
from $85 and kept
This
its
one just had a
neutral
reverse
rating.
split.
The analyst there is encouraged to see margins
Oh, never
on a
mind.
path higher despite slower revenue growth than past
At
years.
least had a couple
but
years since they've
believes
done
the
one.
stock is close to fairly valued at current levels. Keep in mind, this is a stock that's up about 12% so far in 2023. Still down
It's been better
over
now.
30% though over the past year. But it had been beaten down so hard and is slowly but surely regaining some of those
Oh, I need to sell
losses.
some calls on Corsair.
This
What's
is one of those situations too, Caroline, where maybe it's not
This
even
earnings?
like an optimistic buying spree going on. There's maybe just
Yeah,
selling
earnings.
fatigue. You're talking about a stock that's been
Price
decimated
target
over the
raise.
last year.
Might
as you
wait.
talked
That's a
about.
beautiful bull
It
flag.
peaked out in the middle parts of
Didn't even
2021
get calls
at
on that.
$310 before reaching a 5-year low at the end of last year at 66.39. I mean, we're barely up off the mat. I know it's somewhat of an impressive percentage gain, even here at $80 a share. But when you look at just how much value was lost over the last year, it's really just pennies in the bucket. But going to say down, but we've talked about PayPal quite a bit. Jenny and I already
Got that in my long term.
So for the sake
Been
of
pretty
keeping
awful.
things fresh, I'll go ahead and say down vote, but I still think it's a pretty interesting name and one to keep on your watch list for this session.
I'm gonna
no
sell
doubt,
calls on
especially
this
as the market's
junk.
making here a recovery towards unchanged. Next one, though, is Western Digital. This is the one that's been making quite a bit of news headlines in the early parts of this new year. What's the latest here? Again, finding itself in the headlines.
Oh, they haven't had earnings yet?
And it's because Mizuho is looking at it
Wait
as
for-
a buy now.
Oh,
Says
they did,
now's
yeah.
the time to buy. It's already up about
They should have monthly charts.
36% this year, but
They beat on
Mizuho sees more
EPS.
room to run. Upgraded it
They're
to buy
positive
from neutral
EPS?
with a price target of
There you go.
$50, up from $38. It's currently trading.
Beat
as
on
you can
sales.
see- actually, we don't
Not by
have,
much.
Oh yeah, there it is. It's currently trading just under $43 right now. The analyst sees improving structural trends driving an accelerated path to supply and demand balance for memory.
Oh, 1750s.
Thinks it's close to a cyclical bottom. In fact, says inventories could peak and revenues
many
could
strikes.
bottom
It's
out
like
this
1750s
quarter,
or
in the first
15.
quarter, and says fundamentals are set to recover in the second half of this year. Thinks it sets up Western Digital as well as Micron and Seagate for potential upside. He actually upgraded both of those companies, Micron and Seagate as well, to buy. Seagate now has an $82 price target from $62.
All right, put an order out.
And,
Sell cover call on
Micron
Corsair.
upgraded that price target as well. And it looks
I like to
it's
go
a
through
buy.
my
So,
long-term
taking a look, Western
every day.
Digital
Usually I do it in the
shares up
morning.
about 2% today.
I need to make it more of a
Seagate
habit, though.
also up about 2%.
It was habitual for a
Micron,
bit,
though,
and then
not
it just
getting a
stopped.
bump
But
from that buy rating.
I like to go through it in the morning and see what's up.
Yeah,
You know, if something has 3 or 4% up.
Been,
and I don't have cover calls on it, I'll
5
sell
years,
them.
I think investors had hoped for. In the case
500
of Western
shares.
Digital, this has been more of a longer-term struggle. Obviously, the memory component of this has weighed on the space.
I'm
as a
moving up here.
whole.
BBY, little green
where
candle.
the was going to more of that
Not like
graphics
penny stock
component,
candles
names
anymore,
like
though,
Nvidia,
so that's
names like AMD as of late.
good. I
But
don't
some
know.
of these more legacy players, of which I would toss
Eagles
Western
37,
Digital
34.
into the mix, Intel
That
as
is high
well,
scoring.
have really
Like,
struggled.
really high.
And I think the start to the year that we've gotten will
But he
go
said
a
it, and he
long
was
ways to
confident,
building
so
some of that
don't question
investor
him.
confidence, but it's been a long road, and it's been a
Here we
pretty
use
tough
everything.
road for this one. We'll see if it can build on this with some of the analysts now throwing their hat in the ring and a little bit more optimistic themselves as well. Going to say down vote, though, today. One to keep our eyes on for sure going into the weekend. In the case of Western Digital, pretty impressive move here this Friday afternoon.
200 million.
Last one, though, is Walmart, also catching a modest upgrade, I would say. It's a name
That's just
that
from all the
had
reverse
been,
splits, man.
for the space that it operates in. I know it's considered a consumer staple, Caroline, so it has that more resilient defensive aspect to it.
That's from all the
But
reverse
it's a
splits,
retailer
Hurricane.
when it comes down to it.
Yeah, we just looked at it.
It's been impressively resilient
just
over the
looked at
last
it.
year.
It certainly
The chart's
has.
adjusting
It's
for
up about
reverse
5%
splits.
over the past year. Hasn't necessarily been in favor this year because we know that last year's winners are not necessarily this year's losers, but not as in favor. Walmart's up about 1% so far in 2023, but up about 1.4% today after catching an upgrade from Gordon Haskett. The analysts there upgraded Walmart to accumulate from hold, so their version of a buy rating, with a price target of $155. That's up from $145. It's currently trading around $143.50. The analyst there expects Walmart to see benefits from continued sales tailwinds and improving margin flow.
56
as he says,
cents per share.
Cost pressure is eased. Says the company
Ain't
has
bad.
a host of high-margin
Dang, that
ancillary
earnings.
initiatives that provide added financial flexibility.
What was that?
And also thinks Walmart will be in a leadership position to gain
What was
market
this
share
from?
in a softer macro environment, and will benefit from trade down activity.
Weird.
When people are,
Remember that.
looking for cheaper prices, they might go to Walmart. So looks at it as a buy now.
Yeah, CI is
and
not one to
thinks it can
hold
get up
for sure.
$155 a share.
The epitome of scale, seemingly everywhere.
That's really strange. I don't remember that dump on
Everyone knows
Walmart.
the stories and kind of the drive to bring prices down and really squeeze those margins over the years. And we're in an environment now where being that lower price,
I took a short on
available,
Tesla today, Ace.
store is very much potentially
it's kind
in
of-
focus here. So going to be a good year.
It might be
to,
kind of either
keep
way
our
with
eyes
CPI
on
next week,
Walmart. We'll
but
see how it can
chart's
build on
definitely
its successes of
opt.
last year, this year. Going to say upvote.
Maybe a little bit
Obviously,
left.
Optimistic words
If CPI is
from
good,
Chuck
maybe
over
that
at
237.
Gordon Haskett. We'll see what the technical picture is with
But I'm
Rick
not-
as well. Taking a look at Expedia and Walmart right after this
I'm not
short
so
break.
sure of that
Stick
even.
around. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I've got Tesla in my long term. I actually considered closing it out, but I'll just hold it. That's the magic of the long term, buying things that'll be there for 10 years, that you use, that you like, that you know of, and then just owning it. So, less timing of the market. Because if I sell it now, it might come down, might not be paying attention, it might have started rebounding. By the time we get back in, it could be back to the price right now. So, just allocating new funds to stuff I like for the long term when it's cheap. Corsair is actually pretty high up on that list, but it's relatively high right now. I think it'll probably come down with everything else. I'm making a move back up to our highs. This trend has actually ended up looking somewhat smooth. Thank you guys for your likes. Solid effort today. The support from Gilead and Ace. They call you Gilead. I guess I'm all GME'd up, but it looks like I'm Gilead. I'm gonna keep calling you Gilead. Like a ghillie suit? Gillied up, like I'm all camoed out. I thought. T-Cat's up 30%. I'm in BBBY. My average, not that simple, because I've got wash sales and stuff. And then I've got cash secured puts. See the shares. I do just hold shares actually. Those are at $4.23. But they're coming down because I'm selling covered calls on them. So cost base is coming down with that. And then my cash secured puts, I have them at $3 and then $2.50. Oh, we're favoring the Eagles a little bit now as a couple more votes come in. How long has it been since the Eagles won a Super Bowl? That's like a crazy long record. Chiefs, that's like every other year. Is the Eagles kind of the underdog pick? $2018? Did they really win that recent? Oh, that's crazy. Okay. I guess since then it was a long time, wasn't it? Beat the Patriots, which is crazier. Before that, wasn't it like 80s or something? Best Super Bowl ever. I think if I remember that one. I heard Gillied up too. Oh, Spy with a move up. Our paper covered call still hasn't filled. It's probably gone up. It has gone up a little bit in value, but not stressing about it. Again, I'll wait till end of day, and if it hasn't closed by then, I'll just put it to close it. That was the only Super Bowl win? Oh, wow. That's crazy. Brutal loss. I mean, why can't it barcode and then squeeze? Look at Spy on the rip. It very well could. It's not even really it's barcoding and dropping. But yeah, TA wise, it looks bearish still. Kind of my last major support would be 2.25 here. Haven't quite hit it, and momentum's there to still do it. If it breaks that, $2 even, then you've got some gaps down here. But yeah, just have to wait for the momentum to shift around. So I don't know how long it'll take. Spy on a moon mission. It might be starting to bottom out. It's pretty soon to tell. If we close today like 2.5, that'd be a good sign for potential bottom, for it to be bottoming, but it's still pretty weak. If it doesn't drop too much today, much more, and then it has another rip at close, then maybe you'd get a 2.5 close. Never before that. Next week or today. Hurricane. Good old barcode drop. I mean, you say the same thing every day, so you're gonna be right sometimes, Hurricane. Hold them till end of day? Are they dailies? I'll expire Monday. Alright. I mean, we're at that resistance right now. High of the day on SPY. if you were going to close them today, I would imagine right now would be the time, and then you could always reload, right? Because it just made that huge move up, and now it's at resistance. So at the very least, probably slow down here, or even retrace. It's Happy Money Monday. Okay, get it right. BBBY with a little move up here. GME just a weak attempt at VWAP. ECAT's still grinding up. Corsair's breaking out a bit. See if that filled. You could kind of see this come with this candle back here. Looked like it was about to. Doesn't seem like getting calls, but I'll just sell them instead. Yep, got my cover call filled on there. That is neat. Too bad it's not like 5,000 shares. Spank the squeeze Monday. That's LQT. Oh, there you go, Shark. Retesting that high again. LQT is making a move up. I don't know what this is or what the catalyst is. Pretty overbought on the daily there, but it's had a little support found here, so I keep going. What happens at this resistance here, and then probably go back up to that high. Hey, if you're green, you're not going to lose. More, it's about surviving the market, right? Surviving. Capital preservation. Picked up a handful of March, April BY calls. All right, all right, all right. Moving up. What's Tesla doing? Grinding up. Yeah, Apple's making a rip. Microsoft a bit. Just a standard old mega cap push. Pop above 3 next month or two, or am I just throwing money away? I do think it'll pop above 3 in the next month or two, yeah. But how low it gets before that is anyone's guess. You love. And if you're willing to stomach it, and what you'll do is say if this goes to 50 cents and you bought in right now and you're down 80% or whatever you would be on it, you know, would you close out then, or would you hold or buy more? So ask yourself that question. If you would hold or buy more, then you could start scaling it now, yeah. You're still holding those 411s? Oh my gosh. You down like 80% on them? %0 chance, huh? money. So what I'm doing to make money with BBY during this period, and still some upside exposure, is I'm selling the premium instead of buying it, since the premium is still extremely expensive. It's come down quite a bit though. It's getting better. But 200% IV is extremely high still. Not the 600 it was, but so I'm selling calls, selling cash secured puts. So to get into a position, one way you can do it is sell cash secured puts, and then you receive money to agree to buy it at a certain price. So say if you wanted to buy BBY at $2, you'd say, I'll sell a put for next week at $2 strike. And to agree to do that, you'll actually receive $40. So it's basically like a limit buy for BY at $2. You receive the $40, and then if BBY is below $2 by next Friday, you'll own the shares at $2. There's a rejection on that high on SPY. I'm gonna end this poll. Looks like you guys are going with the Eagles. I like it. I'll cheer for the Eagles. From puts yesterday while we're doing calls. Doesn't matter what it's from. I was just wondering how much you were down on them. I didn't do any calls on SPY yesterday, by the way. I had a short on the ES futures. I had it right here. Great entry for a short, by the way. Best would have been up here, but had it here and I got stopped out. So this whole move I missed, unfortunately. And yeah, I did go long here. And then closed out. Did I go long there? Yeah. Closed out here on the bounce. I kind of want to short here, but I'm gonna watch it. It is 130 though. Shoot. Too slow on the trigger arguing with you, Hurricane. Taco Friday! I've been moving more and more to it, just as I let go of the squeeze is happening.
Shipping and retailers here.
So
they're trying to just
yeah, I've been selling premium on it. If that's what you mean, riding the volatility.
ChatGPT, we already know that.
If we were talking about trading shares
in that platform,
or trading up and down, yeah, that too.
Their Bard platform, which is going to be rivaling ChatGPT.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm doing that a little bit more. I've been getting wrecked though.
Based on the product
lately,
of that as well.
because the GME got fixed, and
There's
I've been
a lot
confused.
Of momentum when it comes to the AI space, but I
might be getting fixed now though. We'll see. If it comes back down to 15 in the next week or so, and it looks like it's double bottoming, then it's fixed, and we're gonna rip to 40.
Any type of growth, and it's kind of useless at this point in time.
Yeah,
After
I think
earnings.
it's a little bit of that fad
prediction.
element, if you will. We've seen it in many things. Cannabis comes to
But when the
mind,
IV gets high, like on
obviously.
BBY,
The
that's when I like to
Beyond
just
Meats
farm
of the
it.
world come to mind. We see just peak interest into something for a very short period of time, driving tremendous volatility. Heck, electric vehicles comes to mind as well. And that doesn't mean that this technology isn't going to be long-term applicable. It doesn't mean that it's not a growing sector that deserves attention. But those pockets of excitement are always going to be kind of a risk factor that you have to keep in mind. And so we're in that point of the story, I think, Kev, where the headlines are starting to lose steam.
We're gonna go to
And that's probably
AMC
for
for
the
the squeeze
long-term
in.
health of this type of stuff, probably for the best.
Yeah, I think that's what you
Definitely.
mean, Gene.
Actually, at the end of the
Selling
day,
premium though
we
is
have
what
to
I've
see how it can be actually implemented.
done the best with.
As far as trying to drive sales,
Doing
trying
it, trying to ride the wave
as
a
well.
little bit.
I think the key thing about Microsoft and
Close about 410,
implementation of
413.
ChatGPT, or what they would like to do is putting
That'd be
putting
freaking
it on
bullish.
enterprise software like Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, things of that nature. That might be a very decent use case. You can have some help with creating products and be able to be a little bit more efficient.
You have an engulfing candle here on the hourly, I think. Yeah.
Engine standpoint, Alex,
Open
I'm still kind of
405.85
here and trying to really figure out how is that going to work, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of ad dollars.
You might have a rip up here
companies
in
to
today.
be able to have this search engine optimization. And the cool thing about ChatGPT is that it provides
Did it all
you
that
just
long, I
one
guess.
answer, right? And if you're only going to provide one answer or one product, then a lot of the other customers that you serve are not going to be served as well, and that could actually cannibalize your business. So I'm not sure how they're going to fully implement it. I'm sure we're going to see it in the weeks, months, and years to come. This product and this service is really still young, and
Might wait for a little pullback and go long.
Use ChatGPT, there's still a lot of errors.
Helps
that it
to zoom
provides,
out.
but it is
I have that in
fun
my
to
notes.
use. It does
try and
cut
do it.
down on a lot of
You do it more often.
production when it comes to even coding. I code myself, so it's really fun to be able to utilize it for that. But just seeing the other applications of how it could be used is just still a little bit of a mystery, and I'm very curious to see how it's going to be applied here in the future.
Well said. I think that's the key piece. Is this is just the appetizer. This is the first course and what's going to be a long road to full implementation of some of this stuff and ultimately where it'll go. We probably don't know yet, to be completely fair, Kev, what the applications or ultimately what the capabilities will be. But I think it just kind of caught the world by storm a little bit, just being impressed by how far along it really actually is already in the case of ChatGPT. But we'll leave it there. AI and the headlines losing their luster here a little bit. Not enough to boost the stock 15-20% on a daily basis. And hey, I'm for that being in the rearview mirror. But Kevin Green, have a good weekend. Thanks for joining us. Let's bring back in Caroline Woods to join me here for the FOMO segment. And today, the FOMO isn't the fear of missing out. It might be a fear of being a part of this here, because Lyft is plunging. That's the only word that comes to mind.
Yeah, plunging is certainly right, off 36% after posting surprise
Lyft.
of 74 cents per
Jeez.
share. On revenue of $1.18 billion,
I want to go long on Lyft.
Estimates also was 20%, more than 20% higher than the year ago period.
I'm going to sell some puts on this thing.
Not enough to appease investors. Lyft
I wondered why they were
had
talking about it.
4 million active riders during the quarter. That was its highest level.
Yeah, I'm selling
since the
puts on here for
pandemic.
sure.
Since we've been in this pandemic period, but below pre-pandemic levels of around 23 million active riders.
Isn't that on my watch list?
Also,
Yeah.
Lyft said it had to reduce prices to better compete with its
So
big rival Uber.
very likely it could
Good
keep
news
going.
for users, but bad
Something like
news
this
for
with
the
bad
balance
earnings could
sheet.
have a continuation.
In turn, Lyft offered a disappointing Q1 sales outlook. Said
So
first quarter
today might be
revenues
too soon
expected
to be doing short
roughly
puts, but
$975 million. So up from the year ago period, but a decline
yes,
from the
I still like
previous
it.
quarter and far below, or quite a bit below estimates of 1.09 billion. Also blamed more drivers, meaning less peak fares, so can't charge as much. So no longer a driver shortage, but now that's also kind of a headwind. And seasonal factors like people wanting to be healthier at the start of the year and walking instead of riding. In turn, several analysts lowered their expectations for Lyft, including quite a few downgrades. Dan Ives over at Wedbush downgraded to neutral, lowered his price target to $13, called the conference call yesterday one of the top 3 worst earnings calls that he's ever heard in his 22 years of being a tech analyst. Said the Lyft's EBITDA outlook was a debacle for the ages, and basically said that they're in big brother Uber's shadows. Citi, meanwhile, downgraded to neutral, cut its price target to 17 from 45. It was previously
Uber didn't have
one of
much
the
sympathy on
highest
this?
the street. JP Morgan downgraded
Not
to
really.
neutral from overweight with a price target of 15, down from 29. It says rideshare is now approaching full recovery in the U.S., but Lyft is not. And
Rideshare,
KeyBank
please.
downgraded
Un momento, por
sector
favor.
weight from overweight without a price target. Loop Capital also now is in the hold camp with a price target of $10, down from 17. Also got a bunch of price target cuts from people both in the buy and neutral camp. So, you know, I should note Uber is also lower today. It's off about 4%, although Uber and Lyft have been performing very
What's the
differently over
IV
the
on
past
this thing?
year. Lyft is off 75%. Uber is only down about 4% over the past year now. So
Crazy looking at
quite a
normal
different,
stocks.
or
IV is just
actually,
so
I should say
low.
around 9%
Jeez.
over the past
See, look,
year.
after
So
a
quite
huge
different,
move like that, 36%,
you know,
the
stock
IV is still only at
performance. And,
96%.
different earnings report. You know, Uber in their earnings report.
I mean, it all got
CEO
crushed
Dara
today from
Khosrowshahi
earnings,
said
but
we're
still.
entering the year with great momentum, with mobility demand accelerating and delivery
do
remaining
monthlies.
resilient. Quite a
All
different
those next week.
tone than what Dan Ives called a debacle for the ages.
You know,
3,500% on these
markets,
lift
and
puts.
it's sometimes I think overused and cliche, but it's this idea that markets climb the wall of worry and then kind of take the elevator down, or whatever, however you want to say it. I mean, this stock illustrates this, though. If you look at the last 30 days,
It sucks. So yeah, it's $100 of credit for a week.
Buying coming back.
It takes up 4,600 in buying power.
Worst performers of last year in many
Like,
ways.
what's
have
your
been some of the
return on
better
that?
performers of this year.
BBBY
But
flushing.
this highlights the risk of that. If you're just buying something for that movement potential, for that volatility
315.
potential. I mean, this is
A little bit. Haven't hit that 2 1/4 yet.
That's essentially the market saying, hey, 0 is a 1-year price target, or doubling is the 1-year price target. It's effectively what 100% volatility is saying. This stock marched from sub $10 at $9.66 30 trading days ago to peaking out at $18, and in one day wiped out the entire month and a half. It's just absolutely incredible. And this is all in stark contrast to Uber, which is making incremental progress, Caroline. I think that's the key point, and maybe the reason that you're seeing such a drastic response.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big question is, can Lyft's business model scale here in a profitable way?
GME's coming down.
Speculating that Lyft
BBBY is coming
won't even be
down.
around to do that. You know, there's talk about potential
Mega caps are hanging
M&A.
out.
That could be best case scenario. Dan Ives over at Wedbush pointed out, but it's who's going to buy a company that lost $1 billion last year. We should also note Uber did, of course, lose a
I was just talking about how much money that is that they lost, and I want to go buy it.
Industry, but I think the question is, can there be one winner?
I like Lyft for
Is
the
it
long term, though.
One winner takes all, or is there room for two? And it seems like Uber
Especially since
is
they have
definitely
micro-mobility.
gaining market share and is
I think Uber is totally
the
missing
outperformer
on
here.
that.
So I'm curious, Alex, how could someone go about trading a name like Lyft, given all of those factors that you mentioned in terms of volatility and wiping away the gains, and given the fact that this is a company that people speculate might not even be around?
Yeah, I think this is a tough one, Caroline. I don't think there's a race to see who can get in this name to the long side here today. So I think that FOMO is certainly a pile-on effect. The analyst notes are certainly a little bit pessimistic. The optimism on this space is solely centered around Uber. So I think the feeling is that people are leaning bearish in this one. I think that goes understated. But it's a stock that just lost 40% of its value today alone, and sometimes you miss the move, to be quite frank with it. So I wanted to look at something that
40%, yeah, but it just made that in the last month too.
In the sense that we just saw a huge
like everything
move
else,
lower.
they just
you
doubled.
may not see a continued move lower, but also isn't trying to just fade a really incredible down move. I mean, oftentimes when stocks move down
this is the
35,
way.
40%, there's a pretty good reason for it, and they're not something that just simply
Very
bounce back the next trading
loyal
session. So I looked
viewership.
at buying a put calendar, same time frame that we looked at in Walmart, going out to the March-April time frame. And then I went down to $7.50. So while 7.5 from 10 doesn't seem like much in terms of dollars, it's about a 25% decline from here. So it's still pretty substantial in terms of percentages.
Yeah, honestly, playing
That
the
allows
continuation
us to
might be
really
better play
keep
at this
that
point
debit
until it finds a
low.
bottom.
This is a low price stock now.
Because all that
extraordinarily
premium
volatile,
just got flushed out of the
somewhat
contracts
polarized in this exact moment as well.
from earnings.
So for that, I think some investors want a limited exposure to that, even if they do participate. So I looked at a way to control that risk as best as possible by limiting that debit to 15 cents. That means $15 in US dollars in terms of risk, and you can see pretty straightforward risk profile. Does best if this stock were to slide and end up around 7.5. But Caroline, you mentioned a couple things in terms of there being sort of a winner-take-all in this, and would someone even want to buy it? The tough
Took the
part for
short
me
up
is
here.
who would want to buy it? It's not like Uber gains anything from buying it.
Just trading in a
They
range.
have the same employees, the same drivers.
They rejected it.
The cars aren't owned by Uber or Lyft, and so you look at it, and it's just tough to find who might actually want to purchase this this product. This
Good relative
service.
strength.
So, time will tell. But
About
we're gonna
it,
leave
I'd
there.
say
We got
on
a
there.
fun one coming up. We're gonna talk some Pepsi. We're gonna talk some Coca-Cola. We'll talk about the differences, the similarities, and what to expect here.
Okay, gonna put a. Now, if we can get a big move down. Whoosh. Oh, we're jamming. We're jamming. Hey, we're jamming. Lyft is always like having Uber, but lazy. Pretty sure they're just Uber light. Yeah, it was a competitor to Uber. I don't know, what do you mean by lazy? Lyft was more, at least when they came out and were just getting started, they were more focused. They were more driver focused, which I thought was a good thing for a sustainable company. That was years ago though. They're probably pretty similar to Uber at this point, I guess. But they have expanded into micro mobility, which I'm not sure if Uber has. I haven't looked into it, but I know Lyft did, and I think that's kind of smart. I see, with the food delivery. That's true. So Lyft didn't get into that. But, I mean, they easily could, still. So, in one sense, that's bullish for Lyft. They have that whole market share that they could start grabbing from Uber, right? Because all those Uber drivers that just do Uber Eats, they would also jump on Lyft then too. So they have a lot of room to expand. Two sides to a coin. Putting a stop limit on my futures contract. Up a little bit on it. I'd like to recoup some of the losses today from either futures trade. Group restarted, cashed out early? What do you mean they cashed out early? Like insiders sold shares, or they Adam Aaroned it? Hey, my GME puts are coming up. Oh, and I bet this got filled. No, it's still working. Cover call will get filled any moment. Trader name. Yes, he does. He has dailies on it. But it's the same drivers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The drivers that, there's probably some drivers that just do food delivery and don't deliver people. They can only be on Uber right now. So if Lyft jumped on, then they would get all those drivers also. Be on their platform. It'd be a huge market share that they could just immediately get overnight if they just activated it. Then yeah, of course they would have to set up clients or whatever, however Uber does it with food delivery. Oh no, they don't even have to set it up. Yeah, it would be very simple. I was thinking they had like contracts with restaurants and stuff, but they're not even like that. So seems like a pretty easy no-brainer. Late to food? I mean, yeah. It's nice having someone else pave the way. You can just cruise right through. They've already forged this whole path, and it's all laid out there. You can get up to the level they're at much faster because you're not dealing with the same problems because they've already dealt with them and fixed them, and you can pass them up. The person, like the company that's first to market, that's all they have. It's the runners up that usually do better because they don't have to forge the path. But yeah, I mean, you've got to have a competent leadership. will stop me out here. Don't do it. Don't do it. I had no idea Uber, you could get a cab on Uber. Oh, I made it stopped out. Yeah, I got stopped out. Oh well. I had a lazy fill. Talk about lazy. Too late. Up taxi word. They take you wherever. And then when you get there, they say, if you're a gringo, they say, give me more money. Or you get, or they take you out to the middle of the desert and say, oh, this is on the way. And then they just drop you off unless you give them more money. Really, one just wick to stop me out. This long, I grabbed, I got shaken out. That was really the only good spot I had. Where did I lose today? Oh, that long is what screwed me. Yeah, that long screwed me right there. Too early in the morning. Those wicks, I should have known. I should have killed that loss quicker too. I saw this thing breaking below. I just wanted to believe. I had a dream. Wanted to believe. Yeah, this would have been the spot to stop loss right here.
Currently trading around 59. Median price target for PepsiCo is 187.50. Currently trading around 176. So about $10 upside for both company.
$2.30. That is the low on BBBY today.
After results, Morgan Stanley is up to 200.
GME is below that 1940 historic low. See if it bounces up above that by close.
So we'll see if we see similar analyst movement after Coca-Cola reports earnings. But we have to leave it there. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, we're going to talk to George Tillis about Topgolf Callaway, ticker symbol MODG.
It is. Okay, so Callaway owns it.
Golf.
Oh, the covered call on the paper account closed. So there you go. Well done. Bad entry, but with data farming, your timing getting in, it's very flexible. Not very flexible, but it's much easier. You have flexibility. Go left for Urban Austin. He's soda part. Lee lighting? Xbox setup? What's Lee lighting? Any soda bar? Yeah, people are gone crazy. So my paper short on oil is down $41. There you go, that's why. Thinking oil comes down with the market. But it hasn't these last few days. Or maybe it comes down before the market. Russia cut oil production. Price going up. Yeah, Lyft, when they first came out of the scene, they were much more casual. Just the whole style of it was much more casual. That sounds like Lyft, but that was years ago. I don't know if they still kind of have that. I remember on all their ads would be fist bumping, and people would be sitting in the front seat. And Uber was a little more formal. People always in the back. I mean, Lyft initially never had like a black service either. A limo service was always just personal, like rideshare type. Or Uber, that's what they started with. Which that's what I used to do before there was ever Uber X or anything. So it started out on the high end with, where I was a chauffeur. And when Lyft came on, that's why I never got onto Lyft, just because they just had the normal. At that point, there was Uber X, so a Lyft just offered that same low rate kind of personal driver thing. And then they added a limo service, or yeah, technically it's a limo service, but people don't think of it as a limo. Car service, more or less. They try it with you. No, I know it's true, dude. I've been to Mexico. It costs a lot more to go down there than what the rates show. You white man. But, I mean, you speak the language, like... I'm sure you don't have problems with it. Feel discriminated against. Yeah, right. You're right. You just show them a picture of your pool and tell them they can come take a bath in there sometime. I'll give you a free taxi ride. Thing is now all those rideshare drivers drive all the apps. Yeah. Yep. Are those pretty, is that Waygo or Waybo, or what driverless cars are those? What company has it that's actually been used? Waymo? That one? Waymo. Yeah, was it Waymo? So, nice long here we took. I got scared. Nice short here I just laid on. Long here was the main bad trade that should have cut losses quickly. Kill losers quick. Waymo. Oh, LED lighting. Oh, yeah. BBBY, little green candle here. GME's pretty awful looking. I'm excited about this, other than I took another little loss because I got all freaked out because the options were cheap, so I wanted to buy them. I'm excited that it looks like it's coming down and potentially still in that pattern. And hopefully I'll have some capital to go along if we get a double bottom. So what I'll be looking for is maybe like an RSI divergence. That's one signal like we had here. You'll see these lows here. Even on the wicks we had one, but if you look at the bodies or the wicks compared with these, see the RSI was way lower here and here. So if we were to chart it, we draw lines, I mean, that goes down. See as this goes up, yeah. Like that. But really it's actually here. Those are the lows. But if you're gonna be technical, it'll be right there, but it's still increasing. I like that I can draw on the RSI now. Took Weeble long enough. So something like that. See how this RSI is way oversold. This one comes down here and starts to waver around 15, but the RSI doesn't get that low. Trigger. Game on. Or no, I'm sorry, it gets lower. Share price gets lower, but that RSI doesn't get as low. Time to go heavy. Heavy long. So I'm trying to preserve some capital for that. Might all be stuck in BBBY. No, not all of it. There's definitely some in there though. It's cruise. Cruise. Who does that? Who does cruise? Super slow. There's competing driverless like cab services. What a mess. BBBY about to make a new low, I bet. Probably faster to like e-bike, one wheel, bicycle. Trading like a penny stock. Well, it is. Under 5 is technically a penny, I think, right? So we're there. It does mean GME will go lower if that plays out. And I'm thinking it probably will. Again, we have CPI on Tuesday, which is somewhat of a catalyst, but everything to me looks like we're going to be retesting this 16 or 15 range and possibly lower. Lower with an RSI divergence. Basically is all I have to say about that. Then we could be looking at, even if it's a little move, if you can predict it, that's all that matters. That's why in the market, like, it just matters if you're right. You want to be right. If you can be right, you can make a killing. Don't have to be right often. You can be right, have conviction, and be decisive, and be brave. That's it. Does it mean GME will go if BY goes lower? I mean, no, they're not. To me, they're not correlated when there's not volatility. So I could have closed that future right here. I maybe would have, maybe not though. Got a bearish MACD crossover. Where you at, Hurricane? You still bullish? I think they're uncorrelated unless there's volatility. So big rips up like we've seen. It'll grab GME. Maybe big flushes, you'll see some, but we haven't really seen that. Even Carvana is in the basket, which that blew me away the other day. Right here, or whenever that halt up happened. Here, I think. Yeah, it was right here, and BBY halted up, and then this started ripping, so did GME and AMC. How did this one end up in there? It's like the black hole that we think GME is. It's really just a huge black hole of shorted stocks that keeps growing in this basket, so that the problem becomes too big to where they can't allow any of them to squeeze, because it literally will break the market. Because as we see more volatility on one, it's probably going to start showing up on more and more. You know what I mean? Like, it's growing. I've never noticed a correlation with Carvana. It does to me, yeah. Cold shower. I mean, maybe you can hear it in my voice even. This has been stressing me out. So yeah, I'm hyped that it's coming down, even though I've lost quite a bit in this whole choppy range because of the uncertainty. I have a pretty good position in puts now. Only a week of time, I guess. Kind of silly, but SPY's coming down. If we get a bad CPI, it's like CPI, even if we get a good one, market could still dump on it. So all of that pressure also will bring it down. SPY's coming down more, breaking through VWAP. I'm addicted. Try cover calls, Ace. Do it on your long term. You've got the gist. You figured it out. Sell them in the morning, in the first hour, on the most green you think we're gonna get? Here's your answer on Hurricane. You scrolled all the way back up to find that message? He said, are you bullish today? The covered calls are looking worse and worse. If the price goes down, you're missing on a lot of premium. That's the thing. And that honestly is why I'm like hesitant to even do covered calls, because the premium is so low on GME right now. So if it starts to rally up, I mean, it's gonna kind of suck. It just turns around all of a sudden. Look at this, 78. I mean, it's cheap. I might be getting in leaps once we find a low around 15. I used to have the poor man's covered call leap strategy on this account. Where did I start getting sidetracked? Wasn't BBBY. I don't know. That strategy's figured out, and then like I got greedy and then just tried to switch more to shares, and then I'm trying to time the market too much, and then I end up taking losses. Yeah, I think maybe leaps on this next one instead of shares, with my trading account at least. And then on the long term, I could do shares. Oh, I got a fill on a nat gas long. So I might scale into this one. I'm gonna stomach some lows because I think it's finally starting to turn around. So if it comes down more, I'll probably buy more nat gas contracts. My losses, but I have diamond hands, 1600 and negative 350. Oh. Negative? What are they on? Margin? Buying next week's 250s. $19.50s on GME. What makes you bullish on GME for next week? I guess like a positive CP lie. Is that do you have any grounds for being so crazy? Buy BBBY? Speak English? It's getting there. It's getting there. As I've been saying this whole week, scaling in makes sense. You don't know what day the actual low is going to be, and everyone wants to time the low, even though it's probably better just to catch the momentum on the way up, because the momentum on the way up might start at $1.50, right? You don't know. But scaling in 2.25 is kind of my last support I have here, so we'll see what happens when it hits there. It looks like it's about to, and if it doesn't really pull in some buyers there, then probably all the way down to $2, which is large percent. Dollar wise, it's not much because the stock's already so cheap, but if you look at the percent wise, it means a lot. $2 is another 11.5% from here, 11.25. So no, I didn't think so, Alvaro. Ace, you can tell him what to do, right? Tell him what I'm saying. Said to do I go to yeah, you put limit orders all the way up and down there and just wait for it to get filled. You put some at 2.25 because that's a support, and do some at 1.8. Yeah, I mean you have gaps. If it breaks that 225, like it's probably gonna go pretty quick down here, similar to here. I mean these were with gaps, but you might see some velocity pick up because of our volume. We have no volume traded really past that 2.25. Even the bid support, like, it's pretty weak still. It's holding all right, yeah. Significant volume, dramatic volume spike. Yeah, volume would be a good indicator. I think volume's just been tapering off, yeah. On the daily here, and slowly decreasing. So even here, even though the price was declining, the volume increased a lot, signifying potential reversal. And then you had a green day with even more volume, so more or less confirmed there. Coming down, decreasing volume. What happened here? Volume started picking up, and then some green. Gapped up a little bit, then big move up, big volume. Now we're back in the decline with the decreasing volume. BY could get to 5, sure, yeah. All the prior volumes this last rally. You mean all this volume in here? Yeah, there's holders, sure.
Very, very low operating costs.
I like that guy's camera.
Returns as a result of that, or better returns
Sharp.
than similar mutual funds. So I think that's the way.
It's like
to
a legit
is
background too.
ETF in that sector and put the money in that way. I think that's probably the best way to do it. Also in the bond side as well. I think one of the better ways to
He's
get
like a DSLR he's using, or
we're talking about the short-dated bond market. Is
I don't know if
also
I've seen a
by
webcam
buying
with that
ETFs
much
in
depth of
space as
field.
well. You don't have to do it by directly buying the bond yourself.
Interesting. You know, when you talk about a portfolio and how it should be allocated, first of all, crypto, you're not interested in crypto. You don't want crypto in the portfolio.
You bought by as 19.
You know, yes, I'm a bit skeptical about crypto.
Learn about covered
and where
calls.
that's going to go, but not so much because I think it's worthless and there's nothing behind it, but more because I think the regulators really don't like it. I mean,
Yeah, I think
the
bankruptcy is off the table for now. Yeah, I think that's put well. The way they've
on the money supply,
pushed their debt,
give that up very
kind of
easily.
restructured
So
it,
I think if crypto
could
like
turn into that
Ethereum
spiral
really
potentially
do
that
break through
Barry's talking
and
about.
become really payment media in a way they haven't. I mean, they're sort of
So you
investment
want the
assets,
company
but they're not
fundamentally
really payment media. So once
have a
you start
turnaround.
to see them succeed in terms of
And
becoming a
this next
replacement for the
earnings they have
payments and a
should be a
store
pretty good
value,
indicator because
then
they've
I
closed a
think
lot of
the
stores.
regulators will start to
Should
crack
show
down
up on
even
that
harder.
earnings.
And we've started to see that. The regulators are really sort of trying to shut down the crypto markets, I think, through 1,000 cuts.
I think
They
there'll be
don't want
some
to be
upward
seen as
movement
just
next
shutting it down
weeks.
entirely. They don't want to be accused of stifling
Yeah,
innovation.
I mean,
But
news
they don't
dependent.
Like it. And so they're going slowly, bit by bit.
You might have little
regulating
spikes here and there.
They're bringing an action against this
I
exchange, against
don't
that
think there'll be
exchange.
anything
And pretty
significant
soon
though,
they're gonna
without some
make
sort of
life very, very
catalyst.
hard for them and basically try and slow
Start
it
it.
down if they don't outright shut it down. So I think that's the approach they're taking. Basically regulate it, litigate
Lowering
against
your
it,
average.
make it very, very difficult for those people.
It's good, dollar cost average.
What about some of these Chinese-related stocks? And I
It's a
only
good
ask
bet,
because
like,
they
dude.
were so hot earlier in the week, and they're already coming back down.
Yeah, 225 is probably
Probably
gonna hit, maybe today.
Baidu and all of these names are trying to also, just like Google, trying to compete with Chat GPT And there was always the element, some people loved investing abroad and Chinese
Oh,
stocks.
nat gas bouncing. Should I get more?
I step away from some of the Chinese-related stocks because I never quite know what to expect from
Oh,
China.
wait.
I mean, where do you stand on that group of stocks?
I agree with you. It's always very difficult to know what to expect from China, and in particular, sort of, there seems to be an antagonistic relationship between the Chinese government and tech companies in general. So the Chinese government has not liked the creation of these billionaires and has tried to break down and crack down on them fairly hard. They've sort of felt that certain people
if we start to see
in China
shorts starting to close,
and they thought that there was
that could be a catalyst of sorts
power within China. So they didn't want to see
suppose.
that emerge.
Yeah, any momentum. I
As a
mean,
result, sort of cracked down
see
on them
momentum.
very hard. So
Just has to start
feel
from something.
like the Chinese
I don't know if shorts will just close arbitrarily at a number though, especially with the potential for this convertible shares to be more enticing for the owner of those to drop the price. So when they convert, they get way more shares, which I think is part of that death spiral, and I think maybe something of what we're seeing now.
Wonderful to see you of Opimos. Thank you so much.
I don't think they're allowed to, but maybe they're shorting it.
Plenty more to come right here on the watch list. The CFO of XPO joins us to discuss the company's latest earnings report and the state of the supply chain.
Balancing on
Tax
VWAP.
season is here. Find out how you can still make retirement contributions and get those deductions for last year.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to recoup my futures losses today. Maybe on nat gas. Yeah, it's looking nice. Got a little double bottom here. Lots of gaps to fill on the upside. Bullish MACD. Daily has not really confirmed anything yet other than bullish MACD. It's bottoming out. Need some storage numbers to come out and say they're way off expectations and just have this thing rip. So I have 500, my average 354. Like I was telling you or someone earlier, if you can stomach a big drop, then yeah, you can start averaging in. Scale in slowly though, you know, don't, if you want to put, say, another $1,000 in BBY, spread it out. Don't put it all in today. Put in 100 or 250 today and do that 4 times over the next week. If people listen to me this week doing that, they would have slowly captured, you know, lower and lower cost basis. Of course, it doesn't always work like that, but you can't time the bottom. If you do, you're going to just lose. Only at 230 so long? Yeah, it just kind of sits, does barcodes for a bit. Got a tick up on the RSI here, a little green. See if we start to rally back up to VWAP. Love the OG Millennium Falcon. Nice. What do you mean what happened to the market? Doing the range bound trading day. Deep problem to boil? That's a short. Oh, Boyle is just getting going. Gotta give it time. That thing's gonna... We have a long ways up to go. But Boyle's not really one to hold. Tesla short. Well, you could probably reload on your Tesla short and do well. CPI comes in. Either way, we might have a dump after that. February 27th, next Friday's gonna dilute it. I don't think they can dilute that soon. What do you think it's gonna dilute on the... That's not... 7th? You mean the 17th? There's a little poppy on BBBY. Go all in at 3. It's so hard to do. I still don't do it. But that's why one of my notes is listen to yourself. What's your source for dilution? First of all, February 27th. It's not next Friday, that's like 3 Mondays from now. Two trades, but within like an hour, right? Oh, and it got shut down. But there's some volume there. Yeah, I think of BBBY more as like a decaying asset like Boyle. Puppy, droppy.
Is the ultimate enemy that we're up against right now. And so whatever it takes, that's what they're going to do. And with things continuing to stay stubborn, yeah, it would not surprise me to see rates continue to rise month after month after month after month. So I hope at some point they'll pause and see like how everything's working. But I think that there's
3 Mondays from now.
This bullseye on inflation. They want to get it under control. I just hope that they don't push us into an extreme recessionary environment to do so.
What dilution are you talking about?
Let's get to some of your picks.
Preferred shares?
How about we look at some of these names here because I know we're expecting
or the
a lot
warrants or
next
the
week, etc. But
warrants on the preferred shares?
Nvidia, Booking, and the home builders. Let's talk about Nvidia.
Yeah, Nvidia, right? It's the one that everyone loved, and now it's the one that everyone hates. When we look at it from just a purely technical view, well, it looks like it definitely has like some upside momentum, some opportunity here. We would say that as long as they can continue to hold under 190, we like it. We're not going all in on anything right now. There's too many things that are unknown, and as your previous guest stated, treasuries are not a bad spot right now. So we really like the idea of building positions over the next 3 months at least, maybe even longer. But we like Nvidia because China's back in business. We like Nvidia because everybody else is.
What do you mean trying to catch a falling knife? Just today you did?
That is like a contrarian view.
Would you get calls on it?
We like it because people are still buying it. So.
Hasn't been a falling knife yet. It's just fallen.
But we think that it's a great spot to start building a position right now.
Unless you're talking about from back here.
Right, understood. How about a name like Booking? I mean, we saw Expedia under pressure today. And while the cruise lines have been...
I'm curious on your answer on that, Snow.
In the end of the year, I'm trying to make the point that people are interested in getting out there, but there are people
what
who
dilution
are
are you talking about
these
on
groups and
the
thinking
26th?
It's all going to fizzle. What are you thinking here?
Yeah, I think that Booking has been like a relatively stable compared to some of the other ones. So if we're looking in travel in general, it looks good. Me being a Las Vegas native, I see what's happening at the casinos. I see what's happening when we go out to eat, and I know that it's one of those things. I don't want to do it myself, right? Let's use Booking, or let's use something to book it for us, right? So I think that there is definitely some traction there. But the issue is that if everything
the offering was for preferred shares, and there's no market that they're going to be traded on.
Of debt and we remember how all that played out in 2008, 2009 when debt levels got really high. But that's where you just got to pay attention to the
Is for
companies that have
preferred
been
shares
relatively
and
stable and
warrants.
still look good on paper behind the scenes. And people are not giving up on traveling.
To
And
me,
going
it's
out to eat.
become a
Like,
lot
I
less
just talked
risky
to a
because they've
client last week, and
pushed
he's like, "We
bankruptcy
love
off
to
the
eat 7
table.
days a week." And I'm
They got
like,
a
"Are you
lifeline.
crazy?" But people are still
And
doing
they've
it.
raised
So
220 million
because of
so
that, we
far
think that
from the offering,
this
and they're able to raise up
could
to $1
have some
billion.
legs. That said, we want to see it continue to remain relatively stable.
That's why I went
If we
long
see
on it.
like a 10% pullback,
Was from that
then
offering.
we're not touching it.
Without that offering, they
Yeah,
probably
understood.
just going to go
Okay.
bankrupt
And
soon.
then there are the home builders. I mean, many of these home builders have been hitting up against 52
Me now they have a
highs.
chance.
There are some concerns that they should not be at those levels, but are they heading higher? What are you thinking, XHB?
I'm looking at the home builders probably more as a trade than as a long-term investment at this point, but you never know. It's one of those things that could continue to run, and I know that there's every reason in the world that it should not. But the advantage that the builders have over the resale
$3.30,
market
daily
is
low
that
maybe.
a lot of them own their own mortgage companies, and so they can kind of control the interest rate when people are buying, and so they can move this inventory. And fortunately now lumber and a lot of other commodities are a lot lower than they were. So if we're looking out even over the next 12 months on new contracts, you're in a situation where they could still probably move that inventory at a profit, but eventually the losses on the mortgages potentially are going to catch up to them. So I do think it slows down. I do think there's still some upside. And I do think that long term we're probably going down before we come back up. But I think that if we're looking out over the next 6 to 9 months, this is a spot that could surprise a lot of people.
Right. Okay. Last but not least, silver. We're continuing on ETFs here. SLV.
Yeah, so of course, here's our doom and gloom, right? We're in a
Deep dive
situation
video.
where the fear is that we get
Is it? Did you put it on
into a
Discord?
significantly recessionary environment, and the Fed has to ease like pretty rapidly. And so what happens in that scenario? There's typically a flight to safety. So you might look at something like long-term treasuries in that scenario. But with this interest rate environment and inflation, it's just kind of a scary, scary place to be. So where's the next place that you would look? You'd look at the stuff you can touch, right? And that's gold and silver. And we like silver. It just feels like it has a little bit more upside here based on looking at it from like a technical level. It's a little bit less expensive, so more people are willing to buy it when we compare it to gold. So I think that there's definitely like some opportunity here if things don't go so well, right? So diversification, we got to have a little bit of everything. We want stuff to zig and zag at different times. And then you just want to make sure that anytime you buy something, you have some type of exit strategy in place so that you don't have to ride the wave all the way down to the bottom, ideally.
Right. Eddie Gifford, it's great to see you. Thank you for all of that. Really appreciate it. Eddie Gifford at Tactic.
Thank you.
Thanks. Coming up next.
Yeah, sure, Cold Chair. I'll take a look at it.
Joining us, the logistics company fell after
Yeah, I just wish there was more clarity on
We'll get all the details on that.
on it, because I just hear so much conflicting information. You convert into 200 million. 192 equals 108 million shares. If the lowest daily VWAP price, they're based on the VWAP? Right, so yeah, okay, so I think I'm getting that. Is the date? The date's not for February 27th though, is it? I thought it was like 90 days. Well done, Taryn. UVXY, man, I've gotten wrecked on that one. Sitting on your hands is a very beneficial skill to have with the stock market. Drops below 19, we'll go back to 17. Yeah, I think GME will probably get back into the 15 at least 16. We're probably going to retest this, and maybe it tests lower with an RSI divergence. That's what I'm hoping for. So like a 14 or 13 and a divergence. Buys flushing a bit here. Well, yeah, I guess no. I guess that date. Why did I see 90 days before there can be any dilution or any conversion? And why would they even take that deal if it's just going to crush their share price and basically have them taken over? And is that even bad? Right? So that's the buyers taking over a majority share. It is diluting. It's like doubling the float, which isn't good, but it's the buyer taking majority share, which is maybe what BBBY needs to turn around. I mean, share dilution is bad unless if it's needed and if it's used wisely by good leadership. As a stockholder, you don't like it, but if it's necessary, it could be good for the long term. That's the same with any company.
You know, sort of shaky economy, right? I mean, we didn't know what was going on. What do you foresee going forward?
Pentagon has shot down an unidentified object over Alaska.
We're using the words cautiously optimistic. Yeah, right. I would say January trends are also favorable. You know, we were up in tonnage in the month of January as well. And as we look forward, you know, there's a mixed message that we're seeing out there in the economy at this point. So on one hand, if we look, our business is about 2/3 industrial and 1/3 retail. And on the industrial side of the business, there are some positive signs. We're seeing in autos that are going to be up on a year-over basis. We're also seeing machinery and equipment companies that are expecting growth. But at the same time, the ISM index has actually been sub 50 the last 3 months. So industrial is a little bit of a mixed story. And retail, you know, I think that the big thesis out there is that there is a destocking from an inventory perspective that has occurred or is occurring. That maybe will turn into be a little bit of a tailwind as we go forward.
And so at this point now, when we think
AMC is
about
pretty
it,
low.
Cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, AMC is getting wrecked today.
And
way outpacing GME.
I started to wonder about machinery and operations and durable goods.
I think we got a gap fill here before
where do we stand on that
anything.
Going forward, particularly
double bottom for AMC too.
Lose their jobs.
Look for an RSI divergence on this one also. If you get a lower low.
Rising rate environment like what we're seeing today.
Much longer campaign, that was funny, you're right.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's why it's, you know, it's a diversified business model. Right. It depends. Each vertical is a little bit different. And so I think there's just pockets. There's pockets of growth that we are seeing. Others are kind of soft. But net, you know, the strategy for us is simple at its basic core. It is we continue to provide excellent service and quality. And if we continue on that trend, it's all part of kind of our long-term plans as we look to grow this company.
Right, understood. So tell me about what you're seeing with the global supply chain. I mean, every person I speak to certainly says it's getting better. Where do you stand on that?
I agree with that sentiment. We're seeing that, you know, if you look at kind of the ports, the congestion is de minimis or non-existent now.
De minimis.
And also, you know, as far as, you know, you're seeing it really in the heavy duty industrial names as well that, you know, production is up. You know, you're not hearing much about the chip shortages in certain industries as well. So the supply chain, I think, is definitely in a better spot today than it has been. And our expectation is that will probably continue on throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah. So what am I leaving out? I mean, what is it? Oh, the spinoff. Can we talk more about the spinoff and how that benefited the company and what else do you see going forward? And mergers and acquisitions or even more spinoffs?
Yeah, well, no, I think we're done spinning off. I think the company has, spun off 2 other public traded companies now with both RXO and GXO, and we are going to be focused. I mean, we are now an LTL pure play player here in North America. We have a European business as well, so we like kind of what we have as far as in the portfolio. And I think now it's about an execution story for XPO as we kind of go forward.
Tell me about the different industries. I mean, you started to break it down. You were
There's
talking
a
about
pop on
industrial
SPY.
and retail. Let's talk a little bit more about the
I got a good
retail
entry on that gas. I only got one contract though. I think I'm gonna just slowly
the
scale into
retail,
it.
again, just to go back,
Buying
it continues
dips.
to be a mixed story. I think there's some names that are, continuing to perform very, very well, and others that are not. I think we've all kind of followed, certain retail names as far as having some financial related challenges and issues in the space. So again, the retail story, we believe over time as we kind of, get throughout the year,
BBY moving up off the $2.30
situation is probably most likely going to be behind them. And, it should return to a more seasonal kind of pattern as we get closer to throughout the year.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you. I really appreciate you being on today. Carl Anderson, CFO of XPO. Thanks for being here.
Word technician or has a slight stuttering?
Coming up next, it's tax time, tax season.
Forced exercise.
You know what? You can make some retirement contributions and still get your deduction. We'll explain. As we head to break, take a look at winners and losers in the S&P 500.
No forced exercise has occurred. What does that mean? If there hasn't been any anything exercised in the 20 days, then they will force exercise it? I don't understand. You should get on our Discord, Snow. I'm searching for answers on stuff and I just get people that get so emotionally involved they can't talk. I ask questions not to be competitive, but because I'm trying to learn. That's strange. Someone asking questions that wants to learn. Really? SPY bouncy here. BBY moving up. Not much volume. VWAP's now at 23.92. That $2.50 would be really nice. Just for these options expiring today. The preferred stock warrants are immediately exercisable at any time at the option of the holder. Right, okay, so they can exercise their warrants whenever they want, but their warrants are for a price of $6.17 or something, right? The $6 price range. So I don't see why they would exercise those. Yeah, even if you want to get on voice chat, Snow, if you have a good understanding of it, be happy to hear. Something just filled over here. SPY really just consolidating down here so far, setting up a bear flag of sorts. Maybe another down Monday. Bearish MACD crossover maybe today. Hurricane, hold on. Let's let him talk. The shares can be sold for 9 days. So if they exercise, but that's when the dilution happens, when they exercise. He's saying they can exercise. They're going to exercise on the 27th, so you're going to have dilution, and then 90 days after that is when they can't sell. Whether it's fact or not, just chill out. Decent amount of volume increase on BBY. That's it. A little bit, yeah. I mean, the last like 30 minutes or so. No, I don't even make fun of him. I don't want sane people to be scared off by Hype Man Hurricane. But you don't have to say it. I know you have all these things you know. Just let's hear an opposing opinion. Okay.
Yields to the upside. I think if oil continues up and through this $80
Chill
level
out.
with conviction, as we've seen throughout the week, then we could be talking about
Already
further headwinds for stocks, right? And a bit of a different environment for Fed Chair Jerome Powell and President Biden, for that matter.
Oh, there's your
navigate.
27th
But
date.
this week, crude oil
Required to
higher.
use availability.
We've seen crude inching up throughout the week. It seemed like the most recent run-up came in reaction to Russia's
they have
news
to make
they were going to cut out
payments
by 500,000
by the
barrels per
27th.
day. That starts in the beginning of March. But I think some of the recession fears that we had been, kind of debating and tossing around.
All right, Hurricane,
seem to
I'm
have
timing you
eased
out,
a little
man.
bit with that really strong
You
jobs
just
report that we
stop
saw on
typing.
Friday, and then again the weekly numbers this week also just kind of, I think, suggesting that a softer landing is probably more inevitable.
Let it go
than,
for a bit.
The worst case scenarios that we had been painting, but definitely
You can come
something
back
to
and
watch
say
here, because again, crude oil prices
snow,
to the upside mean
maybe
higher
he'll
prices at the pump, and while we've
put
come
where
off that
he's
$80 level,
copying
again,
pasting
up and
this
through it
from.
this week, Brent nearing that $90 level. So let's keep an eye on this as it plays out. Also, it comes with a stronger dollar, which is interesting, and obviously there's some
D'Amico, is that you?
optimism tied to China and reopening and the demand that could come, but that seems to be a matter of when recently, not so much if. But we'll watch crude prices again up and through $80 this week. That should be on our radar into next week, in addition to some of the data due out. We'll get a look at a couple inflation,
it's your turn.
inflation data points, CPI and PPI.
Cool, the welcome, man.
People were expecting it. I mean, I had one guest.
Share your
not that
trades
long
and
ago
trades
say,
when you open them up.
I see $80 for oil.
Great channel.
And ta-da, you blink and here it is. Good to see you, Ben Lichtenstein. Thank you so much. A great
Lichtenstein.
busy week ahead, as you mentioned, with CPI, PPI, and retail sales. It is time now to focus on your portfolio and your taxes. Joining me right now, Ty J. Young, CEO of Ty J. Young Wealth Management. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being with us. So much to discuss here, but first let's just start with what you can put aside for retirement. How has that changed? It changed during COVID. What can you still do now for your retirement plan and count toward last year?
Thanks for having me back, Nicole. It's good to see you as well. You can put in for your IRA or for your IRA for 2022 $6,000 unless you're over 50. Then you can put $7,000.
Yeah, you're fine. Any chatting goes in general. Any articles or
until tax day. 401ks, the deadline was the end of
information
last year, so
and
kind of good news and
basically
and
DD
bad news,
will go in
but
DD.
You put money into
Media's
those
for
accounts.
media
those
articles
accounts, you
or
can get a tax deduction.
media, I
You get a
guess.
traditional
That's
IRA, or if you go the Roth IRA route, there's not a tax deduction, but
then there's
you
lots
get
of
tax-free growth of your
useful
money. So
tools in
both
there under
are
information.
good things to do.
Right, and so the 401k that has been completed, but in your IRA, you can still add to it between now and tax day. Talk about Roth IRA, what it means, why some people like to convert over to a Roth IRA,
what was that?
and why now
You have to add
may be
between
a good time
now
for
and tax
some.
day?
Definitely may be.
Look at all year.
There's three types of taxation when it comes to investing. There's taxable, and we all know what that means.
Yeah, no, I get that,
deferred,
Snow.
and then there's tax-free. Obviously, tax-free is the best.
Don't just
Your
leave it
Roth
there, though.
IRA
That's annoying.
allows you, as long as you
People
follow
that
the rules,
don't like to
have
trade penny or
tax-free growth on your money. You put the
small
money
cap
in,
stocks.
it's after-tax money that goes in.
They get like some
but then it
headlines from
grows
news,
tax-free
and then they
forever.
just
If it grows for 20 years, you pay
regurgitate
no
it.
tax
But
when it's growing, and then when you
I
pull it
want
out,
to
there's no tax
hear,
when you pull it out. That's huge. As we spend so much money as a country, taxes likely
more
will
from the
go
actual
up as time
filings
goes
what your
on. Most
understanding of it
people
is.
believe, and if you have a tax-free nest egg of money set aside, it's really
I mess with blue chips also. Mostly for my
gives a
long
lot of
term.
people a peace of mind. So if you can avoid taxes, you want to do that. So that's tax-free, and then of course the traditional IRA is tax deferred. You put the money in, it's a tax deduction, and it grows tax deferred.
So based on your last statement, what are you saying by that?
Take it out.
About that.
Yeah, understood.
If you don't want to jump on Discord, which is fine.
Tell me about tax day. First of all, normally I think
what does that mean? Company will be required to use availability in its credit facilities to make the interest payments on its senior notes by February 27th. What does that mean?
Over a weekend, something like that. I'm not sure exactly what what their thought process there was, but it's a couple of days later this year. So that's wanted to make sure everybody was aware about that. But that is the deadline to make the contributions to the IRA and to the Roth IRA. And one thing I did want to mention, there's limits to how much you can put in the IRA and the Roth IRA and your 401k for that matter. But there are tax deferred accounts called non-qualified accounts, so you can put unlimited amounts of money into the grow tax deferred until you take it out. Literally, you put the money in, no taxes at all until you take it out. You can defer the taxes 10, 15, 20 years with no taxation along the way. We make a big impact for clients right there because a lot of people don't realize you can have that much money growing tax deferred, but you can.
Right, understood.
1550 on GME double bottom. Yeah, but as in the other times, it's made a new low. Not always. Sometimes it makes a little higher low, like 16.5.
Well, the one that our clients like the best, you and I have talked about it before, is a product called the fixed index.
I'd like a new low and then that RSI divergence.
I don't like all annuities, but I like this one because you're guaranteed against losses and there's no annual fees. And effectively, what happens is when the market goes up, you go up with it. You get about half the gains in the market,
I hear you,
and they lock in. When the market goes down,
no response to my
anything.
question though about
you do receive
what
compound
your
interest,
last
and
statement
there's no fees, and you don't have to make as much on the upside. And this is a big point. You don't have to make as much on the upside if you never lose anything on the downside to get a reasonable rate of return. And people come to us when they don't want to have to worry about losing money in the market or financial ruin. They come to us when they want financial peace of mind. So putting money away, saving money on taxes. And by the way, this is a great topic because taxation is the biggest expense most of us will have during our lifetime. So any way we can avoid taxes, that's huge. If you give it to the kids and pay taxes on it, the kids just don't have to pay tax. And I believe that went up to $15,000 or $16,000. Don't have that number in front of me, but people think they can give the money away to their children and get a tax deduction for that. You cannot. The kids just avoid gift tax if it's under certain amounts. By the way, you know the difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion?
Wait, say it again.
What's the difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion?
Oh,
about
what's the difference?
a year.
Is it about 20 years?
I sometimes have a hard time hearing. Ty J. Young, thank you. I'm going to ask the producers exactly what you said. Thank you.
I think he said about 20 years.
Good to see you. Still ahead, we'll dig into today's consumer sentiment survey. That was Ty.
Wait, he's talking?
Admiral over here. Wanted to ask you two questions.
I need to watch for her hands.
One on the shoot down that you just described, and the other one on Ukraine. On the incident that happened in the past hour, I wanted to know: is there any line of communication?
It didn't happen last hour. It happened last night.
Ongoing over the course of the past 2 weeks on the diplomatic side of things. I know that the defense secretary says that his call to his counterpart was not returned from China.
That big
But
volume on
the
Apple?
diplomatic side of things, are there lines of communication between the U.S. and China right now?
Well, certainly. Look, we have an embassy in Beijing, with diplomatic.
This guy, oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, BY moved up to BWAP and got rejected a bit. Curious what happens with CNS close. That's in 12 minutes. We've got some options to take care of. Still have a couple that need to roll over. Read the article on Robinhood, a glitch Robinhood system that users place bets and cause a company. Okay. That's why you should trade that platform. Because the traders won and Robinhood lost there. Yeah, back when Robinhood started, people were getting like crazy margin because they were finding ways around stuff, and Robinhood just kept giving them more and more leverage. it was insane. That was like 2 years ago or whenever, 3 years ago when it started. Or when it started getting big, I guess. That's probably the same article you're talking about where it said Robinhood lost 57 million. I don't remember the number, but shorting a stock or something. Yeah. So the buy button got turned off on all Apex exchanges. So there was like 9 or 10 of them. It wasn't just GME, or it wasn't just Robinhood. No, there's no difference, Gene. Rolling is the same as closing and opening. And trade pre-market. Talk about holding BBY sketchy, trading pre-market sketchy. But yeah, that does suck. You still can't trade pre-market. Okay, Hurricane. Yes, if you don't ever listen to opposing opinions, you're an idiot. So, but or not, call it whatever you want to call it, whether they're wrong or not, you need to be able to have an argument against opposing opinions, or you don't have enough conviction. So, I'm trying to figure out all sides of it. Just like with GME, I tried to find the bear case on GME for years, and I heard the same thing, which there was a bear case, but I didn't hear anything new. Keep on bringing up the 10Q and the date. The guy was lying in your stream. Maybe, I don't know. I can't confirm anything. No, that's all right. Let's not be disrespectful. Chill out. There's someone I can ban. But no, supposedly he's made a lot on it, but no way we can know. Mullen? Let me take a look. Get a look. See, yeah, Mullen. That gas is kind of at a double top here. Could take profits. I only have one contract though. I want to start scaling into it. It's rising from the ashes on the intraday. Kind of bouncing off that support from end of last month, I guess. We get adult content spam sometimes. I usually get rid of it pretty quick. And in the comments. On the daily time frame, I mean, kind of looks like a double top up here. Your MACD is still bullish, and today's candle is pretty bullish, so might hold up and have another rally. Depends on your outlook on it and your time frame. Seeing any divergences or anything. I know some in the Discord have this in the long term, so they're just holding. Weekly time frame kind of smooths it out. You can see it's on an uptrend. I don't know the catalyst that started this one recently. There was some catalyst. I don't think it was just EVs, but if it is kind of a high beta, it's going to move down with the market if the market does crash. So I'm not sure if it is or not. Oh, you're talking dirty the other day. Only to GME. Boyle was ripping. I think it's hitting a double top now. If it breaks out there, yeah. Bon voyage. Eyes ripping. GME coming into CNS close. Got 6 minutes. I thought I got rid of those bots. Did you guys not? Do you see them still? They should be hidden. Maybe they just hide to me. I reported them and hid them. Mullen is on the fence. It depends on your time frame and what your plan is with it and your outlook. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. You want to know if you should put all your life savings in it now, or TA wise, like short term, scalping, long term. You want to hold it in the long term? Give me your criteria. Lend it to me. Short term. There's better setups out there, I think, for short term. Short term being like a week or two. Yeah, I don't. That's yeah. It could. It could still be good. That MACD staying bullish is a good thing, and that candle today is good. And it looks like it's holding support there. It might take some time to rally back up. Is that what you want to hear? Bullish. Go for it. SPY's just trading a range. Bit of a bear flag. I might go short on the ES coming to the weekend. I don't know. Thinking about it. That engulfing candle in the hourly is still there though, but this whole pattern looks pretty bearish. Yeah, it's a good time to sell it. Like nat gas is at a double top here for scalping. I do like the longer term though. Hourly's got an engulfing candle. Everything looks good on the longer term. I think I'm just gonna hold and buy the dips. Reporting they're hidden. Yeah, it should be for everybody, but maybe not. Position cold. Oh, you are just scalping. Not gonna lie. Are you talking about this ticker? Energy Partners? No. Too high. You missed it. Oh, did they beat earnings? Yeah, you could get an earnings continuation if it, yeah, it was from earnings. Still wouldn't hurt to just wait for it to cool off. Like next week, maybe? Trying to options or shares. The wave. Yeah, I mean you get a better entry if you wait, most likely. You could still keep going from a continuation, but probably some profit taking before then. Buy moving back up here. Heck yeah, still flirting with those highs. Not a big rejection. Check out that dating chat. Might be bullish. There's power hour. Scalper's pair. It hasn't had very big moves. Kind of just bounce back and forth. Which, yeah, you could, I suppose. It'll be nice once the trend starts the upside, you can just grab it and just dip by it. Which we're maybe starting to get into here. Are you just running shares? Alright, SPY's ripping. See if we get BBY up to 2.5. I'd be able to get out of it a lot. 3, even more. $408.14. Is that these highs? Yeah. Maybe. Might keep going. Just a nice little range bound day. Were your UVXYs, were those dailies you had on there, Taryn? Yeah, the fact that nat gas hasn't like just quickly rejected this high is interesting. Normally when it gets to a resistance like that, it just flushes, but seems like I might want to keep going. All cash, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not expecting much of a rally after CP Live, but I am trying to be open to trade it either way. If we do rally, break that high and come up to 425 or so, 426. But the chart definitely looks like we're hitting a top. But CP Live either way. Little rejection on that resistance. Breaks 2, flush down. Yeah, I think 2.25 is kind of my spot. But yeah, 2 for sure. 2.25 would be a pretty big support to break. I still think it definitely has squeeze potential. And the premium's good, so I've just been selling premium on it more or less. But yeah, this 2.25 would be a pretty big support. Or a pretty big break if it breaks that. Then after that, yeah, it's probably going to fill these gaps down here. Oh yeah, nat gas, new high there. This 240, kind of a big break for me. Just looking at the volume there. So, I think 2.25 is next. If it bounces there, then good. Otherwise, yeah. I'm reducing exposure though, some of it. I reduced quite a bit 2 days ago. I got in and I got out because I had too much. I'm like, that's too much. You talking about the shares, Taryn? Chapter 7? Calls? Oh, yeah. Chapter 7, like a default on payments or something?
On its head was destined to get fatigued at some point. I think that's what you're seeing here in Tesla.
Okay. So another auto-esque stock, more so tech stock. Lyft,
yeah, UNG
huge
going.
declines today after earnings, down more than 36%.
The time when I just get a small position.
Whether or not
went from 3 contracts to 1. Oh well.
It's always lived in the shadow.
That's how it goes. That's how I know it's going to do well if I just have 1.
But Renita,
less emotional.
When we reported on Uber, we reported that mobility was the dominant part of their impressive quarter, and overall drivers was up,
and
the
nail gets
margins
overhammered.
were up, and rides
What
were
nail
up,
are you
and record.
specifying?
So we thought maybe the whole sector was enjoying good times. It turns out it may have been Uber taking market share away from Lyft, because everything that Uber had going for it, if you connected the dots to a strong quarter for Lyft, you were dead wrong, Renita. This was nothing short of I don't know what saves Lyft. They may need more investment. They may need a takeover. They may need something, but Lyft, a company that IPO'd at $72, looks like it's starting a long goodbye here, Renita.
That is Wow, a long goodbye. And one of the things that Oliver and I know
You don't have a sell target yet
on the morning show is that
even at
Lyft
that double
does
top.
not have a lot of different business sectors like Uber does.
No.
Uber's got Uber Eats, they have deliveries, and that sets them apart.
Yeah, I'm
also
surprised
that they were first.
oil's had this rally.
Kevin, thank you so much.
Looking for a short entry on here. It might be setting up a little head and
joining
shoulders.
us. We really appreciate it.
On
Now
the
let's
daily.
welcome in Brian Spinelli. He's the co-CIO of Halbert Hargrove. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, we saw markets take a leg lower this week, but you think we could maybe test the lows from September, October?
That's a great question. It's entirely possible. Thank you for having us today. Love to
Rush
have
cut
this
production.
conversation.
Yeah,
With
that could
regards
be.
to last
That could be
year,
where it is from.
Early October, late fall, that time frame right there.
Probably right.
It definitely looked like a bottoming process was being put in for stocks. Could we retest that? Absolutely. I don't know if that's our base case right now, but it
prices.
is something investors
Well, there
need
you
to
go.
take into account as a possibility that looms out there for 2023.
Now, looking at broader markets, since we've seen them hovering around this level for a few days, could we look at something else, actually? I want to put a pin in that and take a look at bonds. When it comes to the bond market, where are you seeing the opportunities?
Well, at least for right now, because the shorter end, the closer to maturity area of the curve, the shorter duration parts of the bond market, you're getting paid to be there right now. We do see an opportunity, or at least hope for an opportunity later in 2023, where we can pivot out of that decision and go more intermediate and get paid for that as well. But right now, don't see the need to stick your neck out if you're getting paid on the short end. Will that last forever? Probably not. It usually doesn't. So take advantage of that for now. That would be a great area of the liquid investment bond market. But happy to talk about alternatives as well to that in the private markets as well.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about that. So what's the role that you see alternatives playing right now?
Well, one of the things that we like about alternatives and the aspect of how they operate is the ones that are truly diversifying against the traditional stock and the traditional bond markets. Those are the areas that we like to be attracted to. We don't just like to tie up money and make it illiquid just because we want volatility dampening or the artificialness of that. But areas that you could focus on are shorter term private loans. So things that roll over every 1 to 3 years, you can pick up better yields there. You get lower duration. And then at the same time, you're not getting that day-to-day price volatility that you're getting out of traditional bonds. I mean, look at how much the 10-year moved today as an example of how volatile the bond market can be. The other area is still, I still think there's opportunities in private real estate, even though, there are worries out there. We've seen some of the big BDCs get some heat over illiquidity recently in recent history, but there's still an opportunity out there to earn a safe rental coupon in a lot of different sectors of real estate. So those would be two big areas of the private markets that could supplement regular interest income.
Brian, part of your job is actually still advising. You still keep a little bit of a foot in the advising space. So what are the big concerns that you're hearing coming from your clients looking at the economic environment we're in right now and what people expect for the second half of this year?
Yeah, very, very good question, because at the end of the day, we deal with individuals and families who are worrying about how they're going to fund their future. And that's a big concern for them right now as they see inflation elevated. Everywhere they go and they spend money, it's more than they had thought. Their big worries right now is how high inflation is going to be for how long, and what's that going to do with regards to how they spend their investment portfolios over time. And one of the things that we have to be very careful with is most of these people have worked their whole lives for their savings, and they can't go backwards permanently. So they can't take huge bets on directions of markets, and they need to be broadly diversified for a variety of outcomes. And so the biggest worry right now is, what if stocks don't give us what they've given us in the past? And what if inflation remains way above the 2% target?
Maybe it's rejected this breakout. This will be the third time if it does.
And that's really the questions that we're having to answer
Third time's a charm
right now.
I might put you on the spot.
Oh, that's right. You scaled out some already. Well done.
Answering these questions, because people, as you say,
picked up
they're
more.
extremely worried. Are you putting in some sort of alternative, some sort of help, so that they don't have to stomach this as badly as some may say it might be?
Right, and that's exactly how 2022 went for us, and we're continuing to maintain that posture, which is, yes, you still should own traditional assets like stocks and to a degree some level of bonds, and make sure you insure your short-term liabilities, things that you think are coming in 2023. Make sure that money's in cash and not at risk in markets. But you can also couple in things like private real estate, private equity, short-term credit or private credit markets, those types of areas where you can get away from some of that inflation risk and try to diversify into things that have traditionally kept up with inflation or provided rates of return that can offset inflation. And so really what we're stressing with clients is make sure you go into this environment with uncertainty being rather high and do not anchor to one single base case. If you're too optimistic, you could get burned here. So remain balanced and make sure you have your short-term needs insured in cash.
Very smart advice. Now, we talked about alternatives, we talked about stocks. I want to ask from a sector perspective, what are some key sectors that
bounce on BBY in today,
right now?
like this.
In the stock area, we tend to be a little bit more less sector focused and more value oriented. So we're looking for stocks that are trading at lower multiples at this point and trying to edge into a little bit more of a defensive positioning on.
Oh, you are swinging shares? There you go. You're getting a red candle now. Looks like it's rejecting
because you can get
on natural
killed on
gas.
that. We've seen a reversal a little bit here with value versus growth earlier this year. So it's really taking that tilt, trying to keep the portfolio a little bit more tilted to less expensive stocks, a little bit more downside protection if this coming environment over the first half of this year is more volatile.
Okay, Brian, another curveball. Who do you have winning the Super Bowl this weekend?
Ooh, I'm going to get killed either way. Let's just go with the Chiefs.
Oh, okay. Well, I know a lot of people who may not be happy with that, but it is your choice. And thank you so, so much for joining us right here on TD Ameritrade Network. We'll talk to you next time.
Thanks so much, Renita.
That was Brian Spinelli, co-CIO of Halbert Hargrove. Coming up, our next guest has an ETF that's designed to provide exposure to U.S. companies with strong racial and ethnic diversity policies in place. We'll break it down next.
All right, gonna need to get a recap video going here for the trades from today. Some TA, thinking be a short over the weekend on the ES. Ending today just with basically consolidation after that big of a drop and after that low. Always open up on Sunday, but I really don't like to trade on Sunday. I don't even like to have positions open over the weekend. I don't like to think about it or look at it. I want to get out. Eyes rejecting that breakout there. Another rejection. I'm late, but I want to hold it. I want to hold the ES short. I hate doing it through that 10 minutes of volatility. Keep doing that though. Get out of it. What? Didn't fill there? Futures not moved down on that? Huh. Okay. I'm gonna have to end here. I'm gonna do a recap video. Going over my trades today, some technical analysis, what I think is coming, and yeah. So thank you guys so much for your subscriptions, your likes. We've got 55 of them today. Well done. Thank you for your donos. Ace, Legend, I'm Gillied, Formal G Meetup. Thank you as well. Appreciate it, you guys. Thanks for being respectful and positive. If you weren't, it's okay, because I probably timed you out anyways. Mullen going. Good hanging out, Mark. Thanks, my next pair. Yep, there you go. So now you could jump into it with some confirmation. Ride the momentum. I don't know. The setup doesn't look great to me, but thanks, Cold Shower. Thanks, Taryn. Thanks, Snow. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jan. And yeah, make sure hit the notification bell if you haven't. Get notified. Okay, I'm out of that future for a little profit. Get notified for the video. It'll be like 45 minutes. And then follow us on Twitter. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. The butterfly sound. Thanks, Dink. Yeah, maybe we'll do a Twitter Spaces. If someone with some knowledge can come drop it on me. That's all I'm looking for. Nice, clear, concise. I think most people don't understand it, so they just kind of regurgitate a little bit and don't have a real grasp on the mechanics of it. So I haven't been able to hear from someone on it. I think I'm starting to figure it out, but but then there shouldn't be conflicting ideas or answers. Anyways, thanks guys. What's up? Appreciate it, Snow. We'll see you guys in the recap. See you on Discord and on Twitter.